We're talking about some football. What up, y'all? Ooh, music's still going. What is going on? It's another beautiful Saturday here in the, I guess we call this Central Alabama, Lower Alabama. It just depends on your way of thinking about it. Anyway, guys, we made it another week. Time for some more Auburn football, this time against the hated or beloved South Alabama Jaguars. I have to acknowledge right up front that my daughter is a graduate of University of South Alabama. And so, as such, you know, I do like the Jags, but of course you guys know how I feel about this game. Got Auburn winning this game. I think 35-10 or something like that was my prediction in the On 3, the Auburn Sports poll. And, yeah, it's really cool that Auburn's going to be wearing the home whites, which we see rarely. I think the last time was 2008-ish. And I'm a big fan. Obviously, we all are. We love Stormtroopers. But I think those of us who've been watching Auburn for a long time, which is many of you guys, when you see white, you automatically think you're on the road, which you're obviously not. So that's pretty cool. I got some super chats coming through from some super people. Hayden jumped in with the first one today. It says, win and stay healthy today, Wardam Eagle JGT. Hayden, you're the man. Love you, bro. Thanks for always hanging out here and being so supportive. Both in the chat and in other ways, too. Dion, back from Poland, says, War Eagle JG, keep up the great work. Appreciate you, my man, and I hope this game is good and satisfying to you or for you. I would wish that on all of y'all, actually. And CDF jumps in with one as well, says, LFG War, damn. Norman better be on alert. That's right. After this game concludes, that means it will be game week for the Oklahoma Sooners. The Auburn Tigers have to go to Norman to play next weekend, which is going to be a showdown, obviously, but some work to be done before then. Josh wants to know how I'm feeling on this fine game day. First of all, thank you for asking, and I'm here, and I'm glad to have an opportunity to broadcast this game for you guys. But there was something said earlier in the chat here. T-Roy says, at me, I've already had a conversation with J-Dub today. No excuses to be late. I was partying last night with J-Dub. And I think I had like maybe 1.5 too many. And so I woke up a little hot and disoriented. So, Josh, the question is, how we feel on this fine game day? A little hot and a little disoriented, but it's fine. It's going to be fine. Everything's fine. AU256 is here. He says, currently on USA's campus. I think I got the location mixed up. We got to laugh for that. I'll just give you one of those. Yeah. Actually, J-Dub's going down next weekend. That's right. Let's see. Mr. M, the man himself, says, what up, JG? Let these stormtroopers eat. Eat. I love the stormtroopers. Yeah, I mean, you guys do too. So, but I'm pretty fired up about that one. I mean, it's fun for me. Auburn and South Alabama, two teams that I watch quite a bit. Although I'm the rare person that likes Troy and South Alabama. You're not supposed to do that, but I have different reasons for liking each team. Fusions is here with us. JG, my dude. This one makes me a little nervous just because I'm here in Mobile and see all the talent around. Auburn wins, but makes us sweat a little. I mean, that's fine. A little sweat isn't going to hurt anybody. But I'd like to see a second half where it's just ass kicking. You know what I mean? Revenge jumping in with a super chat. A super chat says the whiteout looks legit. War Damn Eagle, let's go. Glad to have you here hanging out with us, Revenge. The game is about to kick off. We're just moments away. Let's see. Damari officially is available but will not start. And Darrell's out. Yeah, he's like real out. He's super out. Revin asked me if I got my BioLite. I don't. Courtney was actually getting on my case about that earlier. Maybe I should tell her to bring me some up. Fortunately, she's here today. LB Puppy says, oh, wait, Jay, does your daughter still attend South Alabama? No. She graduated in May, and she now works in Atlanta at an Atlanta area hospital as a surgical ICU nurse. Yes, indeed. We're very proud of her. And we also like the fact that we don't have to pay for her anymore. Got him. Those of you who are empty nesters or have hit that stage in life at some point, you know how great that is. It's a very liberating feeling. I'm happy about it. Tim the Tool Man Taylor, my man, is here with us today. He just gives it a war damn, which is one of my favorite things. I like that. It's a great way to get the show started, having Tim with us. Also, Ravin with us. Lots of legends in here. Unfortunately, it sounds like Chip Shiv left his earbuds at home, and he will not be able to concurrently watch the game from the stadium and listen to the analysis, the potentially award-winning analysis on the brain drain. But that happens sometimes. Scotty B in Tennessee says, Ward Amigo Commodore. My man. The guy's a stud. All right, let's get over to our main page here for the game. Game. And I made a couple adjustments to our stat pack over here because I just thought maybe, the Omar would be your main guy or whatever. We'll just kind of see how it goes. We got a super chat coming through from the man himself. Stu Pup, our most celebrated and honored super chatter because he's been with us from the very first show and he super chatted every single show we've ever done. Let's put this one to bed early and drain easy, guys. That would be amazing. All right, kickoff has occurred. And the Auburn Tigers will take over. And our chat finally populated. That's what I'm talking about. Chat coming through from Copenhagen. Our first ever super chat from Denmark. Says, Ward Eagle battle through that hangover. I'm going to do my best, Neil. I've got the air conditioning cranked up. I got the fan on. If I just had like a couple girls like to put little leaves on me to blow on me like they used to do in the old days, I'd be even better. Tim says 33-10. I'm thinking about the same thing. I say 35-10. South Alabama's pretty legit. They're pretty good. Runner 24 is in the house to say, hey. What up, G? One of our brain drain. I'm sorry. Obviously a brain drain legend, but also bourbon blend legend as well. All right, here we go. Auburn's going to take over at the 8. That's not exactly ideal. But if you're just going to have a nice long drive to open the game, I'm on board. First play of the game, 9 yards on an end around to Eric Singleton Jr., who I think Doering said was going to be his player of the game. So that's an interesting choice. The 07 game when they wore the whites at home, which was, I think they were honoring like the 57 team or something like that. They had the gray face masks. And I still have a picture on my desktop over here of Mike McNeil. It just happened to be Mike McNeil wearing the gray face mask from that game. I thought it was really cool. All right, got a little first down run there for Jeremiah. Let's see. Daniel says he is headed to Ireland at 6 o'clock for 8 days. Needs a solid dub to leave on. I'm hoping that we can get you that W right here. Nick A is in the chat as well. Says Ward Eagle JG. Glad to have you here, bro. Saw Nick A on the blend. Also saw him on the phone line last weekend. That was pretty cool. Brandon Frazier in motion here for a first down play. All right, so that's an RPO, like a glance RPO type concept, and he threw a hospital throw to Cam there. Whereas if Cam had caught that ball, well, either way, he's going to take a nasty collision. He's jogging off the field right now. It's a dangerous situation there. 2nd and 10 for the Auburn Tigers. CDF says Gator arms, dude. He got hit pretty hard on that one, to be fair. That was kind of a cool play. So that's a comeback route for Singleton, but they were running a mesh concept underneath. Actually, so it was a levels mesh. You had a second level mesh plus the low level mesh, and then you had Singleton running that little out route. Kind of a cool little concept. We'll see if they go back to that and take a look at that mesh strategy. You don't see that from Auburn all that often. Nick A jumps in with a super chat. Says $2 for the exciting whites. He's fired up, man. Appreciate that, man. Glad to have you here. Another first down run for Jeremiah Cobb. He's got 2 of those already. That was a 3rd down conversion, so we will go ahead and add that to the tally. Auburn now 1 of 1 on 3rd down. And let's see, I need to get some stats up here for Jeremiah, or at least get him ready. Try the end around concept again. This time it ended up being what I would call an inverted veer. With Arnold going up the middle, they're really hit. Excuse me, they're hitting South Alabama pretty hard in the run game right now. That's 4 carries for 24 yards so far. Not too bad. This is kind of a grindy drive so far. You don't have to be tricky when you get so much yardage on first down. Kind of eases the task a little bit. That's the run that I think Jeremiah must really enjoy for whatever reason. He likes to run that kind of off. It's an indie, but he's running off the outside hip of the tackle, and he kind of bends it in. I don't know if maybe he's the kind of player who likes to operate in traffic more so. Normally you think of a tailback wanting to bounce outside into open space, but some people like Trey Mason back in the day, and like Ryan, the wide receiver, Ryan White used to he just thrived in traffic. I guess that's kind of what Jeremiah likes to do. A little inside handoff there, not much going on. Let's see. Daniel asks a question here. JG, assuming we win handily, what do we need to polish? What worries you heading into Oklahoma and the rest of the SEC? I want to see blocking today, specifically the offensive line. I want to see what they can do here. This is a decent defensive line for the Jags, but I would expect Auburn to really be able to impose its will in the run game from a blocking perspective would be the thing, because when you're going against Oklahoma, man, you're going to have to be on your P's and Q's in the run game. They really need to be. Now, that should have been held on to by Preston Howard. All right, so we got a 3rd and long here, 3rd and 9. Ryan Davis, thank you, guys. My goodness. I'm sorry. You're right. Ryan White is from a long time ago. Ryan Davis, yes. High school quarterback, turned into like a slot receiver for Auburn, and he's just really good in traffic, He was really gifted at that. Getting a Bryce Kane sighting there. He's the number 2 receiver, top side. Third and 9 call here. We've got a timeout, right? Auburn seemed a little confused. Jackson was looking to the sidelines, expecting some kind of an adjustment, as was Brandon Frazier. And then it didn't come, and then they just seemed indecisive about what they wanted to do there. It's like Hughes pissed off about something. And we go to a commercial break. Jackson is 1 of 3 for 9. Let's get some of these stats updated. Omar has not carried the ball yet. Cobb, I think, has 4 for 16 now. I think Coleman has a snatch, too. Was he it was Eric. My bad. Oh, no, Cam was supposed to have caught that ball that he got almost hospitalized on a little bit. So 42 total yards on this drive so far, but they're facing a 3rd and 9 right now, and they were a little confused about what they were trying to do there. A little confused, as the kids say. Slightly. Yeah, LB Puppy said the play clock was about to expire. Just a little confusion about, I think they were expecting some kind of a check there, and it didn't come, and they were, I don't know, whatever. Let's see. Uncle Ob says Ryan White was on the cover of Sports Illustrated in 2013. Fun AU trivia. I did not know that. I loved Ryan White. Ryan White was such an interesting case because he really, 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 really wanted to be a quarterback. And Auburn felt like he wasn't good enough to be a quarterback, but he'd be a really good slot receiver. And so the promise was, hey, if you come here, we'll give you a shot at quarterback. And he actually hung in there longer than I thought he would. He hung in there like a year or two as like a, third quarterback. And then he said, nah, I think I'm going to start playing, somewhere else. And he's probably a little bit better. Let's see. Yabo says the pass to the tight end, Preston Howard, was too tight coverage. Set him up for a big hit. Let our athletes beat someone and catch in stride. Sometimes, you like to get right on the sticks and catch that ball, regardless of the coverage, Let's see. Ammo says, South Alabama get a new stadium? Yeah, I mean, sort of. It opened maybe 5 or 6 years ago, like right around when COVID hit. And it is really nice. It's really nice. It's right on campus. I mean, the sorority row and fraternity row, I guess you call it. I mean, they're like, you could walk there in probably 5 minutes from there. It's really cool. And yeah, it's really nice for what, it's not like Jordan Hare big. It's a lot smaller than that, but it's nice. Let's see. Yabo waxing poetic about Ryan White would run full speed into a brick wall head first if a TD was on the other side. Ryan White, who wore number 8 when he played quarterback. Good dude. Ryan Davis, also a very good player, but not to be confused with Ryan White, as I did. Josh asks, do you see Arnold staring down receivers, or am I overreacting? We'll just keep him. I mean, that's kind of like been his thing. The first Eagle flight, Wyoming at Auburn, a game I remember well because a guy we called Sleepy knocked that dude's helmet off and damn near killed him. Number 3, Roshard Gilliard. Huge hit. And I think, did Rude Dog have that crazy run in that game too? He had like the most rambling touchdown run like in Auburn history. I think it was in the Wyoming game where he's running down the field like this, and they like would catch him, and then like he would just drag them. I think it was that. Let's see. Daniel says, JG, is Jackson's arm mid or weak? No. He has an exceptionally strong arm. Close to Nick Marshall, I would say. But he has this. I'm not an expert on this, but it seems to me like his footwork's kind of weird. He a lot of times he kind of leans to his right when he's throwing, and he just kind of looks like he's Raphael for calling it a little bit. Now, he didn't do it there. That was a fucking throw right there. I like that. Singleton just looking for space in between 2 zones right there. Kind of camps out, and then Jackson gave him a full-throated throw right there. Now, that's what Jackson's capable of when he steps into it. Yeah, Solo Tigre remembers that run by Rude Dog, Rudy Johnson, against Wyoming. It was insane. Jackson sees something. Holy shite. Is that a touchdown? There's a flag down. I don't want a premature touchdown late. Premature sixulate. Can we call it that? That was a lot of concentration from Cam Coleman on that catch, man. Pass interference on the defense. That's not going to matter. You know what that means.
The more you're going to find out.
Dude, what an amazing concentration on that, man. He was getting, it was pass interference, it was face mask, and he caught it falling backward. It's like the trifecta of concentration there. A point for Alex McPherson, who's my favorite player of all time, because of the incredible toughness he's showing to just even play right now. It's ridiculous how tough that kid is. I'm going to go ahead and chalk him up with 1 point. And we've also got a super chat coming through from Mang. One of my favorite names that we ever come across here. It says, come on down here. Yeah, I got one. I got that one for you, bro. Where's that? You just bring her on down here. You're tough as hell on this phone.
And how big a boy are you?
Well, it don't make no difference. Just bring her on down. You're tough as hell on this phone.
Little Roy D. Mercer right there. It was like a show they did on the radio back in Tulsa. On KMOD, the Rainbow Station. Terrence, thank you for asking. I don't know why people ask me this. It says, afternoon all. JG, how are you feeling today? I drank a little bit last night. And, sometimes if you're going to be dumb, you got to be tough. So I'm here. And I love hanging out with you guys. I actually really do. Let's see. This Stu Pup, let's see what he was saying. That is what I wanted to see. When it's 1v1 in the outside, let it rip to Cam. That's probably a good idea. Just, when in doubt, throw it to Cam. He's probably going to make something happen, right? Jordan says, R.I.P. Roy D. Mercer. That's right. He passed away, I don't know, maybe a decade ago. Phil and Brent was the name of the show. Yeah, Cassidy Pieces, dozens. Oh, we got a how about you? Yeah, there you go. Ephesians, I got one for you right here.
How about you, fella?
How about you?
How about you?
We'll give an how about you to Cam Coleman on that one. By the way, halftime note, Coach Hunter is not going to be available despite his team getting another landslide victory last night. They have not given up a point since Hector was a pup. They won 33-0 last night, and I think they won 40-0 the week before. And he's got a pageant. Yes, he's got a pageant. And listen, man, when your daughter's in a pageant, you better go and you better be ready. So we're not going to be able to get into this today, but Alex Kozan is going to make his season debut at halftime. So we'll definitely be talking to AK and see what he's thinking about this ball game. Let me get some numbers updated. A.E. Robinson says, update stats. I'm working on it right now, my man. Let's see. Auburn is 1 of 2 on third down, but did go forward on fourth and connected on that throw to Eric Singleton. So 1 of 2 on third. They have not had the ball yet, by the way. Cam is 1 catch for 32, and that happened to be a tutty. Let's see. Jeremiah is 4 carries for 16 still. Omar has not carried the ball yet, and Jackson is 3 of 5 for 55 and a tutty. All right. We're nice and updated now. Spicy Pieces, Georgia Tech working Clemson LMAO. We've all got questions about just how good Clemson is. I mean, they played kind of mid against LSU. I know LSU's a good ball club, and they needed a big rally to kind of overcome Troy last weekend. And now, Georgia Tech's a credible ball club. I don't know, man. Let's see what we got here. Charlie C says you love some Jim Fife. God, who doesn't, man? I miss him all the time. He was such a cool dude. Alpha Tiger says McPherson is severely limited. I'm happy the kid is trying to do what he can, but I think we should give Gibbs the reps to boost confidence and timing with the snap/hold. Oh, man. K and Lee got trucked there a little bit, but hey, man, the guy came down, so it's okay. That's definitely a size advantage to the tight end there. Just how big a boy are you? It don't make no difference. Nash Tiger with a clever note. We have a knight. They have a bishop. Come on, man. That's good stuff right there. Where's my laugh? That's good. That's clever. I like that. Boy, there was a lot of heft going through that running lane, wasn't there? Geysers. Holy shit. Did you see that? I've never seen that before. You had the right guard pulling and the left guard pulling, and they were pulling in opposite directions, and they ran into each other. Have you ever seen such a thing? Oh, my God. And the play worked. Oh, there you go. Good response from Kieron Crawford right there. Looks like Dallas Walker was working his gap. See, Robert says, damn this defense. Hey, it's fine. Everything's fine. Getting some Keldrick Falk solo shots there. Boy, South's getting some serious yak yards on this drive. That's for sure. Other one right there. He probably got 2 yards on his, before he got hit, and he got another 6 probably. Just spinning ahead and falling forward. Yeah, Josh says 35. Dallas Walker is a man in the trenches. He is a large human being. He really is. Paul Petrino, the offensive coordinator for the South Alabama Jags. Georgia Tech up 13-0 on Clemson. How about that, huh? Let's see, Not Salty said on big game days, he says, I break out my super old shirt that has the Fife quote, my time is up and I thank you for yours, Miss Old Jim. Yeah, it's been a while. I think he passed away in 2003-ish, maybe, something like that. Wow, good hustle by Amaris to make an open field tackle that far out. It's not his fault, by the way. He was on the quarterback. Nash Tiger. Oh, no. It's a little too easy, guys. Having a very fruitful drive right now. You've got the yak yards, and it seems like that's the second play action pass. It's gone nicely. Little flat right up there. And Auburn doesn't really have anybody pushing up. I like that Spicy P says this is their Super Bowl. They're a decent team. They didn't come here for lemonade. If they did, would they get the War Eagle Plus discount or no? 16 cents off. Man, Dallas Walker just I mean, it wasn't necessarily a hard hit, but it was summary judgment when he got to him. It was just Ravin just wants to know, what are we doing? Ravin was pleading with the defense to wake up earlier, and they haven't done it just yet. A little face mask action going to add to that. I couldn't read his lips to see who was guilty of that. Jay Crawford is imploring his teammates, come on. Trying to see what's going on here. Oh, I guess it was Xavier Atkins. Little post-play extracurricular activity. That was a lick right there. You got 3 Auburn Tigers smothering that guy with Keiron Crawford letting him know how he felt about the run. He was not impressed. I'm assuming Keiron is showing some spunk, some energy, some life. Not salty with a little typography. 35 is so big, those numbers look like an 8-point font. Caleb Harris chasing the quarterback out of bounds for no gain with Keiron Crawford right on his tail. Guys, man, don't be too reactive about this. Like Robert's saying, Oklahoma offense licking their chops for next week. Like, let's just come on now. Let them, get going, get moving. It's an early game. If we're in the third quarter and it's still looking like this, then that's something we will be talking about for sure. All right, going 3-by-1. This reminds me of a run, actually. And it was 3rd and 11. And they go for like an inside run. That's like disrespectful to Auburn's interior defense, right? Bobby Jamison Travis says, son, what are you doing? All right, so they're going to attempt the field goal here. Terrence says, Auburn is tough as hell on this phone. Yeah, Josh, it did have a scripted feel, but it sure was cleverly designed. I like the differentiation and the sequencing of that drive. Looks like South Alabama got 3 points. Do we have a sound for when the bad guys get a field goal? I don't know. I'm not going to give him anything. Whatever. Maybe I'll just give it a Dabo.
And I ain't going to let some smart-ass kid get on this phone and create this stuff. So if you got a problem with it, I don't care, right?
Love it. Nash Tiger says, catastrophe. Oh, noes. Let's see. Wizard D says, in my opinion, South Alabama has a better offensive line than Oklahoma. LOL. How about that? Oh, man. Oh, noes. Yeah, I'm with Berner on this. Just says first drive, the team will make adjustments as game moves on. You started to see a little bit more, more emotional investment, I thought, in the last 3-4 snaps of that drive. So, that's good news. Very good news. Let's see. Not Salty wants to know if I'm having some hair of the dog. No, I need some. I don't even have any bourbon here with me right now. I'm just drinking water out of the Owala, trying to get my life back together. I don't know what happened. Man, sometimes you just got to rally. Oh, man. All right. Ryan says USA has now scored on their first drives in all 3 games. That's Petrino for you. A Petrino, anyway. It's from the Petrino family tree. It's an interesting stat, Ryan. Appreciate that. And Poppy says he loves to see a Dabo coach team struggle. That is something that I think all Auburn people like to see that. And I think most Bammers do too, because the Bammers I know don't like Dabo. I thought that he'd be, favored son or whatever, but they hate him apparently. I don't know. I had to do like a documentary where I infiltrate Bammer circles, They appear they hate Dabo, and stuff like that. Yeah, Ravin says no bourbon, question mark. Of course, Ravin knows that on the blend we pounded bourbon because it was Courtney's birthday show. We were pounding bourbon all night there, and then had too much last night. I just need to chill for a minute. And Ammo Tiger knows the drill. High quality H2O, always good for you. Let's see. Ryan does note also that this is the first time all year where Auburn has scored on their first drive, which is interesting. Nice drive from Auburn. Mostly grindy, just kind of running the football. Had a couple runs from Cobb, and you had a nice inside run by Jackson, and then he just threw a nice long pass. That's a loaf right there from number 14 for Wisconsin, man. They had to publicly shame that guy. What a jerk. Just jogging. What is this? Who knows? Let's see. Ryan says, War Eagle JG, we're so thankful. Sorry. Yeah. Well, I'm glad to have you here, G. Thanks for those little statistical bits, too. That was cool. Josh wants to know what are my thoughts on next season's 9-game SEC schedule. I love it because the coaches don't like it. All right. We don't see a lot of kickoff returns because Auburn doesn't really receive kickoffs too often. But Bryce Kane right there with a nice return where you had they kind of mocked or mimicked like a handoff, like a reverse handoff on that, and it confused South Alabama. Alcorn State. I covered a game at Alcorn State. I think so. Yeah, I did. ASU at Alcorn in 98. On my way down there, I went through a town called Port Arthur. I believe it was Port Arthur. And it said it was the town. It's too pretty to burn. Apparently, during the Civil War, they literally got there and said, "No, we won't burn this village." My wife and I also yielded to a cow. And I don't mean metaphorically. There was actually a cow in the middle of the road. Port Gibson? I can't remember what the name of that town was. God dang it. No, this is in Mississippi. I just can't remember what it was called. It would be just north of where Alcorn is. Oh, you got to catch that Horatio. So that's a levels concept on a play action roll where he's got Horatio dragging, and he's also got Preston Howard running like a little flat route. And it worked, but Horatio dropped the ball. Port Gibson, Mississippi. There it is, Jordan. Thank you. Port Gibson, Mississippi, the town too beautiful to burn. Like they're proud of that. It's not very beautiful now. Do you want to do a drop counter instead of Alex points? I think that might be what we're looking for here. That wasn't a drop. That was just going to be a very difficult. Oh, Hughes having a heart attack about that one. We'll do a drop counter now. So where are we at? I saw a call for 3 earlier. I only remember 2. Tell me give me a list of the drops. I know that Cam kind of had a drop, sort of, and Horatio had a drop. What else we got? Hudson Cock with the punt right there. Pretty good one, by the way. Do have a flag on the play. Jackson really wanted to go for that. I don't know what he's thinking. I guess you always want your quarterback to feel like he can get it, even if it's 4th and 25 on your own 2. Let's see. Yabo thinks that throw to Howard there on 3rd down was had too much pepper on it. He wasn't really open, was the thing, I guess. Runner 24 says he's got 2, one from Howard and one from Horatio. Let's see. Reeland says that's a great pass from Arnold. I mean, you talking about the one right there at the sticks? I got to admit, I didn't necessarily take the time to review that throw, but I'll do it right now. Yeah, LB Puppy was thinking that was a drop from Cam Coleman. I thought that was going to be a very difficult catch because he had 2 guys about to crush into his skull. Boy, Hugh was damn near stroking out after this play on 3rd down. Okay, so there's no way that's a drop on Preston Howard right there. I do think he's open, actually. He's more open than I thought he was, and Jackson just missed the throw. So he threw it to the wrong – instead of throwing it to the correct side, he threw it straight over his head, and it's too high. That should have been a 1st down, and maybe that's why Hugh is losing his mind. I'm going to see if anybody else was open on this play. If there's a long shot that Hugh thought that he missed. I think Horatio was going to be open beyond him, too. All right. Just a missed opportunity there. Decatur Tiger says that was on Howard. He ducked for whatever reason. I do think he slipped, but I don't know. The throw did not give him an opportunity at all. These little kind of flat out rollouts or throws into the flats are hurting Auburn right now. I think that's 3 now, and they've all been right there. I mean, they've been straightforward throws, pitch and catch, getting 7 to 10 yards on them each time. Wow. See, Wizard D, so he's saying Coleman, Howard, and Fields all have a drop. I mean, I really don't. Is there an official tally over here? Let's see if we have drops. Okay, officially, there's only been 1 drop, and they gave it to Horatio. So we're being hard graders, I guess. I don't know. Michael W. says they said on TV that the ball went off of Connor's helmet. Okay. That explains it a little bit more. All right, so you had a negative play on 1st down here. Now you're looking at a modest gain on 2nd down. It's going to be 3rd and 8-ish. Looks like South Alabama's trying to tempo this bad boy, too. It's more like 3rd and 9. Or a long 8, as Rod would say. And that was very catchable. But they're going to get Keldrick for encroachment. I guess that's the old phrase. No, they're going to call pass interference on that. Wait. That's the wrong signal, isn't it? If it was offside. Or maybe ESPN just assumed it was going to be offside and it actually wasn't. Maybe ESPN's confused, too, about how that was pass interference. What? Anyway, it wasn't pass interference. Oh, shit, we got an Oski. We got an Oski. We got an Oski. We need a sound. I got that one. And we got a flag. Carlos Dansby's neck roll. Very clever. Says smart play by Falk. Get out of third and Durkin and make it third and short. Got a much better chance. Third and short, right? Now we got a pass interference on South Alabama that Auburn is going to reject. Obviously. I couldn't tell if Xavier Atkins got his paw on that pass or not. I think he might have missed it. But the receiver kind of let it bounce off his shoulder pads, and Keyron just said, yeah, I'll take that. He's been playing this year, man. Remember last year he went that whole year playing however many snaps he played, 500 snaps maybe, and he had 0 sacks. And this year he's making game-changing plays. I mean, he had a sack fest against Ball State, but today he already has a pick, and he was the one that was really trying to fire up that defense on the first drive, like just screaming and hollering. So, I love to see it. He's definitely upped his game. There goes Jeremiah. That's going to be a 17-yard gain on first down. We'll take it. And Ravence's first pick of the year. I believe that is, yes. I wonder is that on Perry? It reminds me of being on Perry, actually. I mean, it's obviously a back shoulder concept. I think Perry is supposed to be looking back before he went past his landmark. Yeah, Jordan, good point, man. He says Key has been such a beast so far this year. Proud of that guy. He was not a beast last year, was he? He was just kind of like out there. But he really affects games so far this season for sure. 2nd and 10 for the Auburn Tigers here. They're continuing to use Eric Singleton on that sweep action. And this time he's going to get 9 on 2nd down, setting up a very, very makeable 3rd and short, maybe half a yard. Yeah, he's getting to be like Ontario now. I got Tate Johnson checking in as a tight end, number 42. Yeah, I never thought I would see another player as effective on the perimeter as Ontario McCaleb, and I think Eric Singleton might be there. That's going to be the end of the first quarter, by the way. Let me get some of these stats updated. We're pretty close, but pretty close ain't going to cook. All right. By the way, Eric is your leading receiver right now, but he's getting these little like forward tosses or whatever you want to call them. But I mean, it's still yardage. He has 3 for 32 is what he actually has. Jackson is now 4 of 9 for 64. Jeremiah has 6 carries for 35. And Omar still doesn't have a touch. Let's see what the 3rd down numbers say. 1 for 3 for Auburn, 2 of 4 for them. All right. And I also neglected to give them credit for their field goal. That's how pissed I was about it. No, not really. Just working my way through. Let's see. Snauburn cleverly asks if Singleton can catch a squirrel bare-handed. That was, of course, the story that was told about Ontario, how quick he was. He was fun to talk to. I liked Ontario. He was a tough dude, too. Spent like a year in high school living out of a car because his family didn't have any money, didn't have anywhere to live. You tell what, you're that age, you're 15, and you're dealing with that. And I mean, jeez, it takes a lot of, singularity of purpose to get out of that. What does Alpha says? Is a quarter break enough time to take a poop? Beer shit's hitting big today. In that case, it shouldn't take very long, right? Because it evacuates quickly and effectively. Chris M says, and summarily, I still got BSU instead of USA in the 3rd down stats, JJ. Oh, shoot, you're right. Thank you. just go with South. No, I don't have enough space for that. I guess we'll call it USA. I don't like calling it USA, but I will. Appreciate that, Chris M. Always keeping an eye out. My man. Yeah, running 24 says matching squirrel on the jet sweep action is high bar. It really is. He averaged damn near 10 yards a carry that year, and he had a lot of carries. He was just a bad man. And he also had a great decoy, if you want to look at it. He was kind of the decoy, right? But when you got a running quarterback, it helps a lot. Amplifies the effect. Let's see what Yabo thinks about the quarter here. I like what the offense is trying to do, and I think the offense is good and improving. D a bit sluggish. C hands on hips, but I think they are heating up. Give it a B- overall. I might go B, but yeah, 7-3 doesn't look great. But I feel like Auburn's playing a pretty good ball game so far. CFB Addict, who would know these things, says McCaleb was one of the happiest guys to ever play at Auburn. And again, you think about where he came from, the situation he came from. Now he did get lifted up and championed by, if you guys know who Andrew McCutcheon is, played outfield. I think he's back with the Pirates now, but he's a longtime Major League center fielder. He grew up with Ontario there in South Florida, and Andrew McCutcheon's dad was like a coach, and he just kind of was clearly talking to Ontario about it, just one of those parents who's just really cool and supportive and helps everybody and kind of makes things happen, And so he credited Andrew and his dad for really helping him a lot. Back in the day, that's kind of a cool story. Boy, Alpha Alpha says he made it, even had enough time to wash your hands. That's good. That's what we like to do. We like to keep ourselves hygienic, my man. Also, P-Pass says correct on Kutch. Yeah, I love hearing stories about parents that are cool, instead of being like jerky. I feel like it's easy to be jerky. Boy, speaking of easy, my goodness.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
Touchdown, Auburn!
Yeah, that was a perfect read. He definitely needed to hold that one and not give it off, because Cobb was going to get mushed by that defensive end, but that's exactly what Jackson's reading. And it's a little jaunt into the end zone. Alex McPherson, right down the middle. He now has 2 points today, by the way. And the Auburn Tigers, 14 points. I believe that's 3 possessions, 2 touchdowns. Not too shabby. War Eagle 0008 is with us. He says, sorry I'm late. 2-year-old birthday party. Ward M Eagle fam. Wish Perry would have caught that touchdown. Thanks for the show, JJT. You pack in a lot into just a little space. I like that about you. Yeah, I wonder what happened there with Perry. I think he just overran his landmark on that. I mean, the throw was there. He was going to get it. He was going to get it at about the 3, and it would have taken one juke, and he would have gotten in. It would have been nice. But that happens. Reeland likes that FAFO sound clip. Yeah, I spliced that all together. I made my own little Jim Fife remix, and then I put that more you fuck around, more you find out. Small Victory says Thorne would have handed it off. Not because he's scared, just because I think he just, I don't know. I think he gets a little frazzled in a way that I don't think Jackson does. LB asks about the bird celebration that Jackson does. I don't know the genesis of that. I'm going to have to ask about that. Although Hoke or somebody might know a little bit more about that. I don't know. Actually, I'll ask if the peoples know about that. Let's see. We got a group chat here. I can't find it. Oh, here it is. All right. Let's see if the boys know. Yeah, Gunner357 says that's kind of the concern with Perry, isn't it? Just still waiting for him to grasp the mental part. No, I don't necessarily hear of it that way. I think he's just good. He's just not quite as good as the guys ahead of him. Is that situation? Snobberton says, how did you like covering Kenny and David Irons? It was like a vaudeville crew with those two, man. They always had stories and like they play off each other and they could finish each other's sentences. They're just a lot of fun. Yeah, those guys are just a lot of fun. Kenny's kind of, I think, a little more of a cut up. Like Kenny's like more of a really funny, happy, laughy guy, you know. And then David is also really funny, but he's more of a, I think he's more like a prankster. Rather, where Kenny is just funny in the moment, you know. But they're hilarious to listen to them. Small Victories thinks it has to do with the eagle flying, and Jack also thinks that. I like that we're breaking news over here because no answer yet from the writers' crew. Still pondering the options. Oh my goodness, that was worth the price of admission right there to see that guy hurdle and then damn near get decapitated, but that's okay. Josh asked if I saw Ashford play Thursday. No, I didn't. We were doing our bourbon show during that. I know that Wake Forest scored with their first touch of the ball on special teams, and everybody was like, Heisman. Jacob did mention that Kenny Irons is so underrated. I don't know that Auburn people feel that way, but the problem is that nobody outside of Auburn remembers him, and that sucks. And also, I'm old enough to remember when he wore 43 as his number, which is the number he had when he first came over from South Carolina. CFB says, I rode to Baton Rouge with David Irons Sr. Just as fun. I figured they were coming from a family of guys that were cut-ups, you know. I mean, like, you could just tell they were happy. They had been taught to be happy and fun. Stallburn says, Kenny went to my high school prom with one of my friends when he was like 26. I love it. Oh, we got Juice Diaz out there. All right, and Elijah made that tackle actually from behind against Jim J. Bullock. I picked Georgia to win that game. Poppy Clanny's asking about the Georgia at Tennessee game. It's going to be, I wonder what this flag is going to be on. Got Rayon Strader playing right now. Interesting. DJ Durkin's a little pissed off, but he's usually ill-tempered on the field. Regardless, he's just always looking for perfection, you know. There's TJ rushing, standing behind DJ. Let's see. Spicy P says the Nico to UCLA irony is wild. It really is, man. That is not going well for him at all. UCLA got rolled last night by New Mexico, and their schedule is brutal and they're trash. So, yeah. Josh asks where Winters played high school. He played at Enterprise, and they are some tough sumbitches down there. They're kind of built different down that way. I remember my daughter, when she played soccer, travel soccer, she was a very physical player, like her mama. And when she went to Enterprise, man, she definitely met her match. Those girls would really beat you up. 3rd and 4. And they're going nowhere on that play right there. Eric Winters involved, Keldrick involved. That's a good stop right there. God dang, DJ. Easy, bud. I think he's excited. I thought he was mad, and now I think he's excited. He's got like Muschamp energy, doesn't he? Oh, yeah. Gonzalez is familiar. He says country strong. That's right. down that way. Let's see. CDF says Enterprise gave up 700 points last week. Let's give it a laugh on that. I think CDF's from down that way. He knows a little something about how strong those folks are. Nice little shot of Toomer's Corner there. Got a big group heading on out. Or heading on in, I should say. Diego says, I would be fired up like that if I was getting paid like Durkin. Terrence just likes I think he's got that Roy D. Mercer thing stuck in his head right here.
And how big a boy are
Well,
you?
just it don't make no difference. Just bring her on down. You're tough as hell on this phone.
I probably need to get another Roy D. Mercer soundbite somewhere, just to break it up a little bit. Because there's a bunch of them, man. You could always find another one. Let's see. Stoop says his best friend lives in Enterprise. Fun fact, Enterprise is the only 7A school without an interstate in the town. How about that? Yeah, there's certainly no interstates in Enterprise. You're kind of out there on your own, aren't you? Wizard D, clever. He says, so far, wearing white after Labor Day hasn't bit us in the ass yet. Hey, we'll give him a splash for that one. That was a good one right there. Wargle says, we drinking this morning, had a couple Millers at said toddler party. Attaboy, that's a good start. Poppy Clan says, that's the best sound clip, Jay. Close to Ray Hudson. Anyway, he retired last week. The guy who did this amazing call right here.
You could drop a tarantula into his shorts and he'll still be cool.
Yes, he was amazing calling Real Madrid and Barcelona games. I assume he also called other games, but I never heard it when it wasn't doing one of those two teams. Jason notes that Florence AL has no interstate either. I didn't know if they were 7A. That's just something where it's just too far out of my head. Michael W. feels good about this game. Says Auburn's about to make this ugly. There's D. Nix. And next to him is the assistant offensive line coach whose name escapes me. Darren? Yeah, Darren. As you can tell, I'm not real close with him. I do like D. Nix, though. He's all business, though. He stands on business without a doubt. Look how happy that eagle is. He just loves the girl. Darren Hiller. Yes, Crocky Poo would know that. He's fun, man. He's a fun guy to watch. Got a lot of energy. Ooh, nice cut. Another nice cut. Man. Hey, I said it in my Stock Risers piece last weekend that I thought Cobb was the man. And he's done nothing today to make me change my mind on that. Mike notes that Florence is the smallest 7A school. I did not know that. Spicy P says, who doesn't just love the girl? Great question, Spicy P. I liked her hair, too. I think that's what the eagle liked. I didn't love the throw there from Jackson on that drag, but I did like the catch. I like that route, too, just sliding right under that safety. It's good stuff. Crocky Poo loves throws over the middle. Remember, for the longest time, Auburn was like allergic to that. I'd still like to see a few more slants, like just quick slants over the middle, but it must be something where Jackson doesn't necessarily love that throw. I think the quarterbacks, you've got to think about if the quarterback likes making that throw or not, Boy, Jeremiah, man. He's not a big dude, but he runs like he is. He just kind of launches into traffic like, he just doesn't care. me check. I'm going to do a phone check here real quick and see if we can hear it when I call my own phone here. Yeah, I can kind of hear that. I don't know if it didn't sound right, but I could hear it. It was a cool idea for a play right there. I don't know what happened, though. Didn't work out. There we go. That's what we're looking for. Okay. So we'll get Alex at halftime. No Coach Hunter today, though, unfortunately. He's going to be at a pageant. Alpha says 0% chance Alston comes back as a starter. See, that's kind of where I was going with that. Yeah, I just feel like Jeremiah is so good. And I like Damari, too. He's got a very broad base of skills is what I love most about Damari, and also just he's very valorous. Oh, there we go. Horatio getting some yak right there, man. That's just leg strength yak. Probably added 3 or 4 yards onto that catch. Did you see? The guy was trying to position himself on Horatio's hip and grabbed him, but he grabbed his towel. And so he lost connection with him. That was funny. What you got here? Was this for you? Oh, an actual Sprite? Oh, no, it's 0 sugar. Thank you. I'm just trying to get my life back together. Thank you for bringing that, though. Do you think I should get some bourbon? Do you think that would help?
I'll bring you some if you think.
I think there's some right in the studio. Yeah.
I'll bring some.
Wow. A little tush push to get his ass in there. Hell yeah, that's a touchdown for the Auburn Tigers.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
Yeah, that's probably good. Thank you. Is there not one in there? Oh, damn. I don't want you to have to go downstairs. I can just drink straight off of it. Anyway, nice touchdown run there. Alex right down the middle, as you would expect, for the point after. He now has 3 points, and we're very excited for Alex. But we're even more excited for Jackson. That was a nice run there, man. Nice cutback. Kind of aims into the guy's shoulder pads and just try to drive him back, and then he just gets some help from his friends and gets over that goal line. That's what you like to see right there. Yeah, Jordan said Jackson has exceptional vision as a runner. He isn't just fast, he's skilled. He's just a really good runner. I agree with you completely. He doesn't have the size of Cam Newton, but he affects games with his legs, as I would say, as well as Nick did. I think they let Nick run more than they're going to let Jackson run, but they're kind of similar in that way. I think that Jackson has a better arm. It's a more accurate arm. Nick had great arm strength, though. Both of them had that. Let's get some numbers updated here. Jackson's now 6 of 13 for 92. I'll tell you what, we're going to replace Mabson, and we're going to just put Arnold. We'll put his running stats on here because he's now got 5 carries for 27 and a tutty. Jeremiah's up to 856. And Cam still has the 1 catch for 32. Let me see what the third down numbers. 3 of 5 for Auburn, 2 of 5 for them. Thank you. All right, so your numbers are now fully updated. We went ahead and popped out Omar and put Jackson Arnold's rushing stats in there as the second line. Yes, and Alpha says go ahead and bump that over to second quarter. I appreciate that, my man. Sometimes I'm kind of a solo project here running the show. Sometimes I'll forget little things like that and need to do a better job. Our big cat had something. He said something earlier up here that I wanted to highlight because it was right on the money. Well, I can't find it now. I'll do a search. Talk about straining. Straining. That was exactly what they're looking for right there on that play. That's the straining that Hugh talked about a lot on Monday at his press conference and also subsequently on Tiger Talk. He wanted to see more straining, and I think that's a great example of straining. Going to cover the spread. Yabo asks, I think the spread today is like 30-ish. Isn't that right? I think it was like 31. I'm not 100% sure on that one. See, Stupup says Nick had a couple years of DB training. It's true. And Arnold played some running back. Both are a bit more agile and thicker than your average dual threat quarterback. Yeah, for sure. Tostitos. I like Tostitos. I'm jealous of that bag that she's got right there. 24.5 was the line. All right. In that case, I feel pretty comfortable about Auburn covering the spread on that one. Crocky thinks that spread is crazy for a team ranked in 60 to 70 range of SP rankings. I mean, that number's not going to stay there, but it's a cool number. I mean, I guess. I mean, I do think in general, Auburn's run defense is pretty damn good because you have the strength now in the interior positions to hold the line, to kind of hold those gaps. And now you've got linebackers that really flow and hit with real immediacy, which they kind of didn't have before. I think Xavier Atkins can be the linchpin to kind of get the whole run defense popping. And I mean, obviously they're playing good, but so is Xavier. He's a big reason why. I had no idea that he was going to be that impactful so quickly. I knew that they really, really liked him and thought his athleticism was off the charts, but I didn't think he would be such a factor right now. Missed tackle right there. Is that Caleb? Josh says, I want to see some Altry today. I don't. Are you talking about not the guy from Auburn? Yeah. Malik. Yeah, Caleb. He put his head up. He knows he's going to get dinged for that one. 3rd and 3. He was met in the hole and absolutely upended. Who was that? That was a lick, man. It was Eric Winters. Playing downhill and knocked that dude's dick right into the dirt. It's a good lick. All right, so it's going to be 4th and 1. They're probably going to go for it. Although this is risky if they don't get it. And they are going to get it, but not by much. DeMarcus was on his ass pretty quick, but unfortunately latched onto him from behind. So I didn't feel like Auburn's defense was 100% set for that play. They looked to still be kind of moving around. Yeah, stoop up like that tackle from Eric Winters. That was a nice lick, man. He's not going to get full credit for it because it was the way the camera was. It was blocked by a lot of the guys on the line, but it was a lick, man. I would call that summary judgment. Another good collision there. Unfortunately, it's 8 yards downfield. Our best hangover cure we got is to just keep drinking. So I'm going to drink this Hancock's Reserve that Courtney brought. Kind of an easy drinker because it's only, 89 proof or something like that, 88 proof. I'll just sip on that for a minute and see if that kind of warms us up. Oh, wow. Kay and Lee was coming on a blitz and got upended. If you're going to bring the blitz from the outside like that, he's got to affect the quarterback one way or another. And he did not. I guess technically that tailback knocked out 2 people because he got DeMarcus collected and he also upended Kayan. That's a great block. Good penetration on that run right there by Chris Murray, number 3. It looks like Woodyard may have also been in there to kind of finish it off. Ryan, imploring people for more likes. Thank you for that, bro. Yeah, Wizard D liked that blocking too. You got to give him credit. This is a credible ball club. They're playing, they're playing good football. Ball State was playing ass football. Oh, damn, that was a costly missed tackle right there, man. Wonder who that was. It was just kind of like a white flash for me. Like I couldn't tell whose jersey it was. Hey, Taxman in the chat. What's up, brother? Glad to have you here. Auburn calls a timeout. Are we going to go back and get a replay on that? Somebody had an opportunity to make a big stop right there, and they didn't get it done. I think it looks like it was Crawford, Jay Crawford. No, it was not. It was Kensley. Kensley was playing dime. Jeez. Yeah, that's just a missed tackle. He was in position to make the play there and just didn't get it done. Boy, that would have been a negative play, and it turns into a first down. Like just ay. It does seem that way. Ephesians, he says, tempo is getting the Auburn defense probably the fastest offense they've gone against, and it's been effective. It has been. They've been credible. I feel like the South Alabama defense is getting hit a little bit in the mouth, but this offense is playing pretty effectively, honestly. Ooh, I like this play. I love the way it looks. That's a Gus type play right there. You got the two tailbacks in like a what he would call ace formation, or Gus calls it 40, and you run them both the same direction. It kind of by default gives you a levels concept in a quick pass game right there. Oh, I like that play too. That's a touchdown for them. Motherfuckers. I don't like them very much.
I hate you. I hate you. I don't even know you, and I hate your guts. I hope all the bad things in life happen to you and nobody else but you.
Little Chappelle Show sketch right there. Co-written by Dave Chappelle and Neil Brennan. Crocky Poo says better score before halftime. Got 5 minutes on the plate there. You can eat that up, right? Oh, he missed the PAT. He missed the PAT. You hate to see it. That's a neat play, man. So that's basically a sweep. Or it looks like a sweep or a power. I don't know. And then he's throwing RPO. If that X receiver can get inside leverage on that defensive back, which he did, that's a neat little play. Very Gus-like. They tempoed the shit out of Auburn on that drive right there. Not necessarily with the huddle, but it was just how quickly they were getting the ball out, and they were all quick hitter plays. I feel you got to really be on your P's and Q's just defensively. I think Auburn's got what it takes, but it's just they got to operate at a quicker pace here. Robert says, why can't we put teams away like this? Damn it. Yeah, like last week, it was kind of a slow burn. Auburn ended up winning 42-3, but it was kind of a slow burn, and this one looks like it's going to be a slow burn too. Look, this is a credible ball club. We did get a look at Omar Mabson there. He was one of the kick returners, but didn't touch the ball. It's kind of crazy that they get pretty good. They're the quarterback. South Alabama's quarterback from last year is now, I assume he's still he was the starting quarterback for UNC to start the season, Gio, and then they go to their next guy, and he's pretty good too. That's a really nice finish to that run by Jeremiah right there. Just to kind of be willing to go off your feet and roll over and get another 2 yards. I mean, it's just creative running, man. You love to see it. You do, like Trey was so good at that, to find an extra. Look at that pickup right there. Jeremiah just picked up a blitz right there, and nicely, like really nicely. And he made that pass to Perry Thompson possible. Third and 4. I tell you, Jeremiah's making the most out of this opportunity, isn't he? I thought he played a whale of a game last week, and he's playing a whale of a game right now. And that's smart football right there. I like that rollout. Get Singleton going away or running in concert, really, with the quarterback, and then he's got leverage on the outside there. He's already beaten his man. Just throw the ball, pitch and catch. I like it. So it looks like Cam is out for this series, and they've got Perry running that X spot. But otherwise, you've got Horatio and Eric. That's a good patient run right there. I think a lot of guys who were encountering that resistance in front, I think, would have gone outside and just kind of zipped out of bounds. But Eric kind of stutter stepped and was going to let the blocks kind of slide in front of him, and they kind of didn't. And so he just kind of tucked into a little crevice there, but really patient run right there. I like that. That's a guy who knows ball right there. Yabos has put Deuce in. JK. He's just teasing. Go on and cut the Deuce loose, coach. There's another 2 yards extra for Jeremiah. God, I love watching him play, man. He's kind of it's kind of a Carnell thing. He doesn't have the zip that Carnell did, but he runs with that kind of valor. Oh, speaking of valorous running right there. Nice run by Jackson. It's just, man, he's just fearless running. You love to see it. Raven says, are we going to see Alvin? That would be a tough one, considering Alvin's on the scout team right now. Because remember, he was saying I think on his press conference or on Tiger Talk last week, he said, well, we're going to work on getting Alvin, kind of ready a little bit. And then I go out to practice Tuesday morning, and he's in a green jersey. I was like, oh, they're not really getting him ready, are they? I would say Dylan Wade missed a block right there. That would just be my guess. And Jeremiah still managed to get a yard out of that. I mean, come on, man. That's great effort. All right, Jeremiah's going to take a break. We got Omar now. Yeah, it looks like Omar. And they're going to call a timeout. Oh, no, we came to the 2-minute warning. Sorry. What Crocky was saying, need to get a score before halftime. And, yeah, I think they know how important this is going to be. Check the phone again. Yep, it's working still. I love it. I think I'm going to do something different, though. I've got a month to turn this phone back in if I don't like it or whatever, as long as it's in pristine condition, which it is. I may just you can get a second number for your current phone, I think. That's the rumor. Maybe I'll just do that. Give him this phone back. I don't know. Let's see. Snobber says, can we go ahead and get Braylon Womack out there? And LB Puppy says Dylan whiffed. Yeah, I need to go back and take a look at that snap since we're on a break anyway. He looked guilty, Oh, yeah. He got beat inside bad and ended up lunging and just missed him. Got to do better than that. He usually does too. Ryan says JGT calling makes me think he's ordering DoorDash. I know I keep testing it because I hate it when stuff doesn't work, but this one's been a little tricky because it's a Bluetooth connection to my mixer, and I think sometimes it gets lost in translation, but I don't know. Terrence says you finally got it working, JG. Perfect time to do something different. I don't know, man. Anybody want a brand new iPhone 15? It's blue. Kind of want one of those new iPhones that they released the other day. I don't know. I'm just that guy, though. LB says 21 is out today. Yeah, 21's going to be out for a little while. He got a kind of a weird injury. He woke up Sunday. He didn't think he was injured. I mean, he was feeling good after the game. He woke up Sunday and he had a huge, damn near from his knee to his hip was just bloody, like not seeping blood, but it looked like a huge bruise. And they decided that he needed to go to Birmingham and get that resolved. And so he had to cut that. They had to cut him all that way, right? And so he's just having to overcome that. I imagine he's going to be out a month, probably. Let's see. A.E. Robinson says, I'm sorry, I'm getting the 17 Pro Max. Is that the one that's on back order? I think they were saying, I was reading somewhere that they have one of the models is on a 3-week back order right now. And Justin C. Noting that how badass it is that they've got Auburn colors. I think the Pros have like a silver and then like an Auburn orange and an Auburn blue. It's really cool. I wonder if Tim Cook subtly infected that and got it done that way. But it could just be random too. They must really like that girl eating the Tostitos or something, or he's like friends with her or something. I don't know what's going on. Schaefer Kia. He says, drop it in while dropping deuce in the panhandle of Florida. Wow, that's exciting, bro. All right, we got a 3rd and long here. He just kind of freewheeled that last play and didn't have anywhere to go and scrambled out of bounds. Out of field goal range. Comfortably out of field goal range. So let's see what we got here. Eric Singleton just stopping. That was basically a sticks route. You get a yard or two past the sticks and just turn around, and he's hoping to be facing or confronting a zone, which he was, and just catch it and don't fumble. Ryan said it's pretty cool having Apple CEO Tim Cook as Auburn alum. Yes, it is very cool. It's very cool that I got to meet him. He's kind of a hero of mine, I guess. I like him a lot. I have a lot of money invested with him. Look at Jeremiah, did it again, man. This guy, he's crazy. He's just such an industrious runner. I mean, that's the word you have to come up with. He maximizes every run. Oh, nice cutback by Cam Coleman. Nice play. Gets him down to the 4. Crocky, things are looking up here, my man. Snobburn says Jeremiah is Kenny Irons. I don't think he's quite as big as Kenny, but they definitely both have that bull mentality, right? Oh, there we go. They gave it to him right at the middle. He got to about the 2, maybe. Looks like this guy's hurting, though, man. South Alabama's got a guy down. Can't really tell what's wrong with him, though. He looked kind of spooked. It seemed like it's like his chest or like his neck or something. I don't know what's going on there. So Yabo says Cobb just ran that man slap over. Okay, that could be a stinger for number 8 there. The way he's holding his shoulder like that. It's kind of what happened to Damari. Crocky Poo is pro tutty. Yeah, he just launched into that old boy, didn't he? He used him as like a nice blanket to soften the blow on the ground. All right, 47 seconds. Second and goal from the 2. Oh, Preston dropped the fucking touchdown pass. Oh, my word. Dude, what are we doing?
Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit.
Got to catch that, my guy. Oh, man, the pass is a teeny bit high. But come on now. That's got to come down. That's just got to be caught. What are we doing? My goodness. I think you guys agree with me on that one. My God. There it is. Jeremiah.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
There he is, a young man from Montgomery making the most of his athletic potential. Jeremiah Cobb with a 3-yard touchdown run. And Alex McPherson on for his 4th point of the game to push Auburn to 28-9. A generally satisfying offensive performance, honestly. I mean, just in a general sense. Let's get some of these numbers updated. Jackson's now 10 of 18 for 132. Jackson running the football is now 7 carries for 34. Jeremiah is now at 14 carries for 80 and a touch. And Cam now has 2 catches for 49. And third down numbers are as follows. 7 of 9 for the Auburn Tigers. Holy shiz, man. 7 of 9? They're getting shredded, bro. And the Jags are 2 of 6. 7 of 9 on third down is crazy, man. We do have a super chat coming through from Josh C., last name redacted. Says, loving the Cobb production today, Ward M. Eagle JG. I've been kind of championing Cobb. I know a lot of you guys have as well. Not that anybody is anti-Cobb. I think some people just love Damari, and I understand why. He's a very popular player for a reason. He's a great teammate, and he can do a lot of different things. Let's see. I think Chris M. was asking about a drop. He wanted me to bump the drop counter up, but yeah, we officially have 2 now. Yes. See, they're counting 2, but I think we're going to go 3 because the Preston drop in the end zone was obviously a drop. We're giving credit to somebody that they didn't officially give a drop to, but that's fine. I don't really care. Because wherever we were, plus Preston's drop in the end zone is it's definitely that. Spicy piece is 4, but guys, officially it's 2. And I think you're trying to give a drop on Cam Coleman on his first throw, and I'm not sure that was a drop, bro. Ryan asks if this is the first game for Gibbs. I think it's the second game. So Towns got hurt on that field goal attempt early in the last game, and then Connor took over for kickoffs. Got another flag, man. Yikes. I know. See, Ryan thinks Coleman dropped one, but I would debate that. Officially, the only drops are Preston and Horatio. So I'm just saying. I'm trying to be fair here. Give the people what they want. Terrence says, I would call it a drop, and I bet Cam would as well. Let's get. I got an idea. I'm just kidding. I was pretending like I was calling Cam. Let's see. Stu Pups thinks that the first Coleman target, which we're kind of debating here as to whether it was a drop or not, he's saying that was a PBU. Spicy Pieces, who's on the horn? It was going to be Cam Coleman. We were going to check. Spicy, no, there will be no Hunter. He is doing some dad stuff right now. He's doing some dad stuff right now. He's got a pageant that he is not participating in, but he is cheering on from the sidelines, obviously. And he said he wasn't going to be able to call. However, I do have good news. We will have Alex Kozan on the line. He said he's going to be watching, and we can talk to him. We love talking to him. It's going to be his season debut, by the way. Also, Terrence says, JG, get an update on the pageant. It's just, I think it started at 1, so we're still on the prelims here, but maybe we'll check in a little bit later. Ryan says, halftime. Anytime I see refill, I always think of the third base song. He goes, I see the empty pocket needs a refill. I got a squad with a list of complainers. I should have started right. Rap against phony entertainers so we can make it known that we won't get played. It's 91, son. So something's got to change. 3 TDs responsible for. It always kind of creeps me out, the responsible for thing. It doesn't sound right. 28-9. Generally a good half. Some people, Maine is pissed off about that horrendous drop in the end zone, which was not good. Yeah, it was just bad. It's just bad. Some other numbers we want to talk about here. 258 yards of offense for the Auburn Tigers on 41 plays. That's pretty good. Rushing the ball, 126 yards on how many rushes, JG? 23 carries for 126 and 3 rushing touchdowns. So you're feeling pretty good about that. And then 10 of 18, 132. Like, it's been okay. Passing game has been okay. I feel like it's all been Singleton sitting down in zones and just throwing the ball to him. But, I mean, again, if that's what they're going to give you, that's what you take, right? Goes for mine, I goes for mine. P-Pass knows the song. Online like a search in a hoodie with the Woody. Get a disco tape of Sam Goody. Watch him run through the door. It's been left open. It's a song called Pop Goes the Weasel by Third Base. Came out in 91. Let's see. Ryan says, isn't TE number 15 a freshman? No, he is a transfer from Maryland, Preston Howard. I'm not sure what year he is. He could be a sophomore. He could be a junior, something like that. Eric says, just got home from the game. Hot AF. Yabo. You see what he had to say here. Halftime thoughts. D is still a B- for me. I feel like the tempo has worn them down, and they've been somewhat effective. Offense is an A- due to drops and some inaccuracy. CJ says, yeah, Freeze just said they're talking too much. It reminds me of the Drewski sketch where those guys for the Could Have Been Records that said that he planted dope on his grandma and called the cops on her, and now she's doing 15. And why? Drewski says, why'd you do that? He goes, she's talking too much. She's just talking too much, man. He said, man, that's crazy. I'm just talking to myself now. Why don't we get my man on the horn here? Alex Kozan, one of my favorite players to cover at Auburn in history. Just a very bright individual. And let's see if we can get him on the horn here. Oh, we tried to call him for that first game. That's right, and it screwed up on my end because my stuff wasn't working. Because I've been known to be a dumbass before. Alex, you there?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hell yeah. What's up, man? How you been?
Well, I've been well.
We missed you.
It's missed you week 2, and third time's a charm, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I screwed you up the first time. I was having a hard time getting my telephony to work the first game. It was my fault. All right.
Well, you got to get those young kids to help you, right?
I know. I got a lot of interns here. Hey, listen, what do you think about this game so far?
You're in week 3. You'd hope that your special teams units understand the rules and you don't start inside your own 10 because of a dumb mistake.
Yeah.
And then it's really execution. You look at plays. What I liked the most about the offense was in the 2 most important drives of the game to control the game, which I view as the first drive of the game, 90-plus yards and getting a touchdown, and then answering South's touchdown with the touchdown right before the end of the second half. Those are big drives, and that's ultimately what's the most important. But when you look at some of the missed opportunities, that's where you really have to clean it up, because when you're in a tight game, those are the types of plays that get you beat, right? You're not going to knock the other team's defensive line off the ball 3 yards consistently every play to make you right. So when you have a play like at the end of the first half with the tight end dropping a wide open touchdown, those are the plays where you're probably settling for a field goal against an elite defense. And that's the kind of stuff that gets you beat. And that's where the teams that do win championships and win the close games, those are the plays they're executing. So I look at stuff like that. I think that the offensive line have really been encouraged with what they've done so far this season. Out there today, the defensive line from South is running some run stunts, kind of muddying it up. But they've done a good job of keeping the gap they're going to on those inside zones, passing things off. It's not perfect, but I think the interior is doing a pretty good job. And all in all, it's been pretty positive.
Yeah, that's just kind of your general thought on the offensive line through 3 games, I guess. I mean, you've been fairly happy with the way they've been working?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing to me is you see on the short yardage plays, and again, they haven't played an elite defense yet, but against D1 and then against D1 opponents, group of 5, and then Baylor, obviously Big 12 opponent, they've controlled the line of scrimmage, and you haven't seen that the past in quite some time. So, I know it's not Georgia. I know it's, we're not there yet in the season, but in terms of the offensive line's execution, winning the line of scrimmage, it's the best I've seen in quite some time. So it's encouraging to me.
Yeah. Tell me about what you like. Jeremiah Cobb, number 23. I feel like he's running the way like Trey Mason did. I feel like Trey always found a way to add something onto the end of a run, and I feel like Jeremiah does that too.
Yeah, stretching and finding those extra 2 yards. You turn a 4-yard gain to a 6-yard gain. You spin out of something. You make it a little more difficult for someone to tackle you. Those are big plays. I like him and Alston. Neither of them have been kind of heralded names, but I think they've done some really positive things. This far in the season. So like both of them.
You like quarterback play? Tell me what you've seen so far through 3 games. Just because I feel like Jackson's a little more polarizing than I would have thought. Maybe.
I wouldn't necessarily agree with that one, but to me, what I like about Arnold is you've seen him be decisive, and I think he's usually making the right decision. When he doesn't have something and he knows he can get 5 yards with his legs, he's running, but he's patient enough to where he's not just looking at his first read. I think you've seen some of that across the middle today, where he's moved to that second read in his progression. And that's been something that we haven't seen a ton of at the quarterback position. So you see someone who's confident in what they're executing in the offense. What I haven't seen from him today, and what I'd like to see maybe a little in the second half, is can you open up and stretch the defense a little bit more with your receivers? You've got 2 guys that, by all accounts, are going to be day 1, day 2 picks. You don't really see them being used on more aggressive routes, trying to stretch the defense, stretch the field. I don't know if they're saving some of that. They've got 2 big road games coming up in OU and A&M, so maybe they're saving some of those wrinkles. But when you have 2 receivers like that, you'd like to see them stretch the field a little bit more.
Yeah, I wonder. It's curious. I mean, especially in the Ball State game, where the wideouts are so much better than the guys that are defending them. You'd like to see more shots, and they really only took 1 against Ball State. And you mentioned today, not really anything either. I mean, they had the 1 throw to Cam for the touchdown. That's about it. I guess it's a conscious thing.
Sometimes and sometimes you're just running base offense, and coaches spend the entire offseason getting to package of plays that they want to hold for specific situations in specific games, and sometimes you hold those back. But to me, you can execute base offense and still stretch the field, give your guys one-on-one opportunities to win, which I think is also important. Being able to execute that in the game is key for those receivers' development, especially when you think about their timing and rhythm with the quarterback. So,
do you feel like the Auburn's run game is healthy right now? Does it look like it's churning and it's operating the way that you'd like to see it?
Yeah, I mean, they're rushing for, I'm just looking at the stats, 5.5 yards to carry, 126 yards. Their longest run was only 15 yards, so it's not like that's some sort of a inflated stat with a 50-yard run. I mean, they've consistently controlled the line of scrimmage and are getting kind of 4, 6, 8 yards every single time. So you like that. They've only given up one negative yardage play. That's something I always look for. How many sacks, how many TFLs have they allowed? Only one in the first half. So that in general is a pretty good sign for how is the offensive line performing, how's the running game performing. If you're running for above 4 yards to carry and you're not giving up any negative yardage plays, that generally means that the offensive line's blocking them up clean and the run game's working.
Yeah, that's what I like to see. Any thoughts on the defense, Alex?
To me, it looks like it's one of those games where not everybody got out of bed and is attacking. They've kind of just let them muck around out there. They made the good play with that interception to kind of flip the momentum there. But the defensive line, it's been a mixed bag. I've seen some good plays, and then I've seen plays where you're getting a little gashed by South Alabama on some critical runs. So all in all, they've given up a touchdown and a field goal. You'll take that, but you'd like to see a little bit better, especially given the performance last week, a little bit more of that. So we'll see what Durkin brings up here in the second half on the defensive side of things. But I have seen improvement from that week 1 game with some of the coverage busts. So it seems like they got beat on that touchdown, but other than that, I think the secondary's improved from where they were, and obviously bigger tests coming.
Gotcha. Alex, thanks for jumping on with us, bro. I know you just do it out of the goodness of your heart, and we appreciate you doing that, man. You're a legend.
All right, no doubt. Thanks, Jay.
See you, bro. Bye. There he is, Alex Kozan, one of my favorite players ever to cover. Incredibly bright individual. And every time we talk to him, you guys are like, God, he seems really bright. Well, it's because he is. Let's see. Justin Wardian Brown says, have you heard anything about Jay Crawford, which we saw him playing, and then we didn't see him playing. So let me, I will check with the crew here in just a second and see what's going on there. Here, actually, I'll jump in right now. Is Jay Crawford hurt? I will check on that, Justin, see what's going on. We also had a super chat coming through from one of our true legends, Feel Like a Stranger, one of our channel legends. It says, word up, Wardam Eagle, much love, Drainer Swugans, and the Tates. Beautiful day. Auburn on television, Fish tonight in Birmingham, and I'm on vacation for a while. About damn time, GIF. Or GIF. Fish playing in Birmingham tonight, and I reckon they got to be in Louisville tomorrow because I think they're the headliner at Bourbon and Beyond. Or maybe that's today. I don't know. Oh, he says in Birmingham. Sorry, he made it very clear. So there you go. Let's see. Caleb was down on the field. He said he limped off the field, but he didn't go into the tent. I doubt he plays anymore. Same with Amaris. Apparently came off the field as well. Not anything super serious, but they probably just going to hold him out, just to see what's going on. So appreciate you. Feel Like a Stranger, stud right here. Hope you have fun at the Fish concert. I unfortunately can't name a lot of songs by Fish. I'm not a big Fish guy. I know they sang a song called Reba. They have a song called Llama. They have a song called Heavy Things. I think that's about it. Gut Bucket says, on my way to Fish. He's on his way up there too, bro. sayer of things, who is different than knower of ball, says, Fish, what kind of commie BS is that? Yeah, I don't really think of it that way, but I don't listen to Fish. Not really my thing. I feel like a stranger says, Louisville yesterday. So I was right that they headlined, but I got the day wrong. Birmingham ×2, Atlanta ×2, and Hampton. I'm assuming that's Hampton, Virginia, ×3. Wow. So are you hitting those? Or are you just like naming where they're going? Or are you going to those? That'd be pretty badass. You Taxman says he will be at Fish as well. Hey, man, since this is probably not y'all's first time to see Fish play, is it a vibe, man? I feel like a Fish concert would be pretty vibey. Like just a lot of community and a lot of just kind of good vibes. I'm just curious if that's what it's like. Some good stuff in the chat. I like the stuff. It's pretty funny. Snobber jokingly said, is Kozan going to Missouri? I think it was Iowa, but I still get the joke, and it is pretty funny. I like that. Let's see. P-Pass, continuing on the third base thing, said, my friend and I performed that in public, and the pub owner paid us in food to come back every other week. I used those lyrics in his eulogy. See, man, these songs, they connect with people, you know? P-Pass just says sad. Yeah. Sound like a good dude, believed in you, you know, gave you an opportunity. That's pretty cool. My man, Auburn Dad for Life, who is here. I'm going to take this off on the horn thing off because he's no longer on the horn, but we sure do appreciate Alex hanging out with us and sharing his knowledge. A guy who played a lot of snaps for the Auburn Tigers through the years. Sorry about that. I missed that. Also, Yabo said, heard Ryan Williams had the first 2 tutties as an adult. Oh, God. That storyline drives me crazy. He's so young, guys. Like, stop. Maine says Cobb is RB1. I've seen enough. I have to. I can't even write that for Sunday because I've already written it. Because he was already RB1 for me, but just because I believed in him a lot, you know. I feel like a stranger says vibes and good energy. I love to hear that, man. P-Pass says, yes, it is. As far as vibing at Fish concerts, modern day Grateful Dead. That's really cool. A Gut Bucket says vibes and Cheesy Boys on the lot. Okay. Feel like a stranger says, get better drugs. I see them sober, though. Some good stuff, man. And I feel like a stranger does update me here to say, yes, sir, Hampton, Virginia. I'm going to play. I'm going every night but last night. Wow. That's amazing, bro. Let's see. Ephesians says about the stats. Do I need to update them? And I do indeed. I shortchanged Jackson of a rushing touchdown. That's not good enough. So, apologies, Jackson. There you go. Valley Tiger says South adjusted to keep the top on, dropping at least one safety really deep after Coleman smoked them for that touchdown. So, that's an interesting insight there because we were talking. I was thinking, I didn't say it, but Kozan said it, that he would like to see more shots down the field because you got a quarterback who's certainly capable of throwing down the field, and you got wideouts that are certainly capable of beating people down the field and going up over them to catch the ball, specifically with Horatio and, well, I guess you say Horatio, Perry, and Cam can all do that. Goose Flat says Cobb reminds me of Brad Lester, maybe a combination of Lester and Kenny Irons. See, I think he's better than Lester. And Lester, and I apologize to Brad because he didn't want me to say that, but I didn't think he was a particularly valorous runner. I think he went out of bounds a lot when he didn't need to, and so I don't see Cobb doing any of that. So to me, he's more of a mix between Carnell and Kenny Irons. Yeah, right. That's what I would say. Guy Fork says Cobb reminds me of a combo between Bo Jackson and Barry Sanders. He's pretty damn good, isn't he? He is. Anonymous says percent chance we see Deuce. I think based on, well, I guess we need to see what Auburn does with its first offensive drive. If they were to get a touchdown in, I'd say 25% chance we see Deuce tonight. I don't think Auburn is smoking this team like they thought, or they're hoping that they would, maybe, to where it would just be completely cleared out and you could play all your guys. I don't think it's that kind of game. It doesn't look like that kind of game to me. AU Tigers just says LOL. I wonder what you're LOLing at. Let's see. Abby61 talking about Fish concert says, on good days, it's a vibe. Bad days, it's hippies shitting on themselves. Mixed bag. So in other words, it's...
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
That's good to know, man. I don't get out to a lot of concerts. The only concert I've been to... Well, no, that's not true. I went to see Steel Panther recently. And I saw Pink in BJCC. That was a whale of a concert, man. She is high energy. I really enjoyed that. Goose Flat says, I can see the Carnell-Kenny Irons combination. Both ran like they were Rudy Johnson type back, but weren't that size. Yeah, that's a good insight there. I mean, Kenny was just like so frenetic. Like he just didn't care. Like he just was going, I'm going that direction and I don't really care what happens. I'm just going to be going that direction. And Carnell, who was thinner and quicker than Jeremiah, he just was such a dog. He just refused to go out of bounds, even when he knew he was going to get crushed. And I feel like that's more like, is that Taylor Zarzer? It is. I'd missed that Taylor. I'm not listening to the game, so I don't hear him. I like Taylor. I used to go on his show when he was in Mobile back in the day. Getting some updates here from Caleb. Oh, he's asking about Rayshawn Pleasant. We were talking about it here in the group chat, and he says he's out there, but he's just he's wearing shorts. Not really sure what's going on. Like he's not wearing a boot or anything. All right, Alex. Always thanking him for coming on the show. There's Connor Gibbs, who's going to handle this kickoff for the Auburn Tigers. Michael W. says, this reminds me of an A-Day game. No threat of loss, but defensive backs and wideouts just seem to be unengaged. Love that route from Eric Singleton right there. Good stuff, man. He's good. Let's see. Wargle 0008 says Gibbs is so much better than Towns. I don't know about that. They both have good legs, though. I don't know which one I would trust more. I tell you, in practice, Towns Magoo is cash money. And it seems like he gets into games and then he's not cash money. So I don't really know what's going on there. If he's just got some, he can't carry the performance over to the game field or whatever. He has a great leg, man. Both of those guys do, really. Also, Josh asks about Donovan Starr, who's number 22. Is he redshirting, do you think? No, I don't think they're planning to redshirt him. He's not on scout team. He reps with the main guys at practice, and he gets coached really hard by TJ. And I see Durkin kind of working with him a little bit too. Prime Dog. They're all pretty tough on him, and I say that because when I say that they're tough on him, I mean that as they value him. They're really trying to get him better right now. So he reminds me of somebody that they consider to be a playable piece right now. Warrior Gold 0008 says basically tired of hearing how good he is in warmups. I didn't even say in warmups. I just say practice, bro. Not taking a shot at you, JG. Yeah, I know what you're saying. I'm not trying to defend him either. I mean, he had a horrendous freshman year and cost Auburn games. I mean, let's be real about it. So with Pleasant not playing today, I guess you're seeing more Strader as the rotational piece to go along. Again, I guess if Crawford's out as well, you're down to Strader as a full-time guy right now. Yeah, Josh said he saw clips of Donovan training, and he's very quick. I think so. I think he is. I think he's a terrific athlete. I think the issue with him just, oh, fuck me. I don't know if you call that a skinny post or a slant, but he was wide open. I call him wide open. That just reminds me of a miscommunication there between Caleb and Kayan. Well, this drive really sucks for Auburn's defense right now. They're getting knocked around. Okay, Donovan, yeah. So they push him really hard, and they like him. I mean, he's somebody I keep waiting for him to kind of pop in games. But he's behind some guys that are really good. Oh, speaking of a really good player right there, Keldrick Falk just ate that guy's lunch. He's like Pac-Man out there. He says, I'm stunting on these hoes. CFB Addict says secondary is ass. It's just kind of developmental when you don't have Jay out there and you don't have, I mean, Kayan's okay. I mean, Kayan's good, I guess. That's a lazy hit, I thought, from Kieron Crawford right there. He just shouldered him instead of tackling him. He kind of interfaced with him in the hole there, and he just tried to shoulder him down. That's not good technique. Let's see, Scotty P says offense taking a step forward today, defense taking a step backward. Yeah, I think that's fair for what we're seeing right now. I mean, I think Jay Crawford is, well, Keldrick's their best defender, I should say, but Jay Crawford is a crucial defender. Not having him out there hurts. That was a nice blitz pickup by the right guard. Xavier was trying to wrap around, and the guard just picked him right up. It's like eager to get the fuck off the field because he just got crushed right in the ribs by Jaquez. That was an absolute lick, man. I wouldn't be walking for days after that. Interesting. Guess we're going to get a hold here. Got Darion Smith in there right now, and this is not a long passing down. He's not a rabbit. He's just playing straight up 3 technique. Nathan R. says, man, their QB has been killing us. Darion actually did a good job. He got double teamed on that play and held his gap. I mean, that's good. You got to talk about a true freshman out there playing in a pretty important series right here. He's not in there now, but so you got Bobby and Dallas in there as your interior guys. I don't have an answer for this one, War Eagle 0008. I think this is just scheme right now. I'm curious to see if they make any adjustment to that or they just kind of let it sit. I don't know. Boy. Auburn undermined that bad. That was nicely done. That little rollout levels concept that they had beaten them with a couple times in the first half just not happening that time. Boy, A. Robinson says the defense is terrible. I mean, I don't know. They're getting, dinked and dunked here a little bit. But I don't know. They don't look terrible to me, but they need to be better. I mean, I'm not saying that. Oh, they just gave up another one. Jeez Louise, man.
Well. The most diabolical haters this side of the Mississippi.
This is where, and I wrote about this a little bit in the stock risers from last week because Sly had a great game last week. But if he could just play rundowns, he would be awesome. He's just a liability in coverage. I just don't think he has the kind of lateral mobility. Oh my God, he missed another PAT, guys. Good golly, Miss Molly. Wow. Yeah, Jordan says he's slow as Christmas. I just don't think he has the lateral agility that you want at that position. Kind of like Christian Tutt, who played that same position maybe 6 or 7 years ago. But he's great against the run. It's almost like he needs to be a linebacker, but he doesn't have linebacker size, but he's just kind of a tweener. Patrick V, my guy, there he is. DBs are rough this time of year. A rough time this year. They are having a tough go of it. Outside of Jay Crawford, because I feel like Kayan has played, I'm not necessarily speaking about today, I'm talking about the season so far. I feel like Kayan's played okay. I think Strader has played a little bit below okay. And I actually think Pleasant's played maybe one tick better than okay, and then I think Jay's been awesome, but yeah, it's not enough. Josh W. says, Christian Tutt, what a shout. Man, I mean, he was a crazy talented player. He just didn't have quite the lateral agility or something to be able to keep up with the slot receivers he would get. Remember how bad Tutt got? And Jordan's bringing up that he says Tutt was the king of giving up the big play. Remember the LSU game where he got matched up on fucking Jamar Chase or somebody, one of their studs, Booty, and just got absolutely cooked. And everybody's going, geez, what's going on here? But Tutt, when he was in run support, was just a marauder, killing people, West Magnolia says, new nickname for Sly, call him Stofers, because he gets cooked. Cooked. I'm not going with that, but you can, and I'll give you full credit for that. Let's see. Eric thinks it could be a quarters type game next year. Could be a game full of cover 4 next week, which is the ultimate in bend don't break. But I mean, yeah, you might have to do some of that. The problem is that with Batir being, he's a dual threat guy too, the Oklahoma quarterback. He's a problem. I think A. Robinson's not getting carried away here. No, he says, I only have fun when Arnold's on the field. Best quarterback ever to live. Period. I mean, the situation's settled. We got it. LB Puppy says, might as well play zone since we don't try bump and run. I don't feel like DJ likes very much zone. We don't see a lot of zone from Auburn. It's kind of interesting. He wants to trust his guys outside, especially in one-on-ones. And I think with Jay Crawford, you can do that, but some of these other cats, I don't think it's there. Beppo thinks quarters plus get some push up front next week. I mean, that's asking a lot. And Crocky wants to see another tutty here. I mean, he thinks it's going to take that. I mean, yeah, it's a ball game, man. I said 35-10, and I still think it's going to end up being something close to that. I mean, obviously they've got 15. But I think you guys feel like they're going to give up more points. Let's see. Ephesians thinks that pick by Key Crawford earlier was an important development because he thinks it could be a much closer game had they not been able to stop the bleeding right there. It's an interesting insight. I'd forgotten about that play, actually. But the good news is that the offense is on the field now, and that for most of this day means it's positive things have been going on. Of course, famous last words. See, I would argue that Jeremiah found an extra yard there. Like he just goes into a big clump and then he kind of goes low the way Trey used to, and then he just he lands another, half yard ahead or a yard ahead. It's just industrious. Okra, my man, with my favorite avatar on the whole show. Says I'm feeling less confident on playing Oklahoma. We did get a win for the Raiders last weekend, though, my guy. And Max had a nice game. Went on the road at New England. Got to play the Chargers this week. Oh, look at that hole. I think that was a mistake by Jeremiah, though. As a great run, no matter what. But I think he kind of overthought his juke move on that safety and ended up kind of going right into him. I think he should have cut one way or the other, and he might have still been running. It was a nice-ass hole, though. Josh says, man, I'm going to hate to see Connor Lew and Wright leave. Wright has turned into a really steady player. A guy who bounced around a bunch early in his career. Remember, he played D-line, O-line, et cetera, but he's really found a home there at right guard. And he's a solid player. I like that run from Eric Singleton, too. He kind of got a little bit, he cut upfield, got a little bit of space, and was going to try to wing it outside again. It's just good vision, man. Wasn't able to get away quite the way he thought he could, but still turned into a nice little 4-yard gain, 3-yard gain. Crocky Poo says Cobb's averaging 6 yards a carry today. That's pretty good. He didn't see it. He didn't see anything there. It's pretty rare that we see Jackson throw the ball out of bounds, but he did it right there. Let me try to get some of these numbers updated because we're asking about yards per carry for Cobb, which Crocky Poo just answered, fortunately. Thanks for keeping an eye out there, bro. Boy, Bryce would have been open. I think that would have been a tough throw because he wasn't way ahead of his guy, but I think he was going to maintain that separation. I don't know. I'm curious as to why he didn't pull the trigger on that one. Shit, he's kind of holding the ball now. Now he don't have a choice but to throw it out. Oh, nice catch. All right, so it's going to be 4th and 1 near the 50. I think you go here, right? By the way, Jeremiah is up to 16 carries, 97. Yeah, Josh, I think you're right. I mean, Kane was open. I think it would have taken a really nice throw, but he's capable of it. Nice play. Oh, damn, he just trucked the old boy, didn't he? Number 7 just got trucked by the quarterback, bro. That's embarrassing. Great play by Jackson, though. I call this an inverted veer. I don't know what the actual play on that is. Yeah, he just got absolutely trucked, bro. Good golly, Miss Molly. Oh, my God. Well, Jackson got hit on that throw. He was able to get it out to Omar, but he took some punishment on that one. Ed D says, see how physical their DBs are with our wideouts, which we're not necessarily seeing on the Auburn side of things, are we? I don't feel like Auburn's DBs are playing, as physical. I don't necessarily know they're physical guys, really. I'm talking about Auburn's defensive backs. Was that a miscommunication, or was that didn't look right to me? That was very odd. I don't know what was going on there. He executed that like it was an RPO glance, but Horatio did not think that was an RPO glance. And he was just blocking space. I don't know what, that was just screw up right there. But they got the first down anyway. It doesn't matter. Oh, Omar getting some yardage here, man. That was a nice little play. I like that. Yeah, Crocky Poo says, I think the wide receiver ran the wrong play. Yeah, he was not. Horatio wasn't even going into a pattern. He might as well. I mean, he turned it into like 3 or 4 yards. That's pretty cool. All right, 2nd and 5. Still got Omar in the backfield. Got 2 tight ends. I wonder. I don't know too much about Omar. He's still kind of new on the scene. He, Cobb is so alarmingly north-south with his running, and Omar, from what we've seen, is very north-south too. I wonder if he's kind of picking some of that up, or if that's what Mab does. I don't know. I just don't know enough about Omar. Still running what Gus would call a 40 formation or an ace. I feel like Omar should have stepped to his right. I think he had some space over there. And instead he kind of went to his left and into the traffic. I'm not sure on that read. So it's going to be 4th and 1 now. Yeah, I think Josh saw the same thing. I also agree, Poppy Clan. That was a good pickup. I think Mabson, he's a good ball player. And I think he's going to force some people to transfer. It's really nice when you've got a 4th and 1 and you've got a running quarterback who's actually effective. It just plays games with the defense's head, and that's a great example right there. So another 4th down conversion. I like that. They've converted 2 on this drive. But Auburn overall is 9 of 11 on 3rd. God bless, man. Oh, it's a physical run right there from Omar. 5 of 9 and 9 of 11. Gosh, I don't have space to put Omar's stats in there. That kind of stinks. Just because, you got 2 touchdowns from Jax, so don't want to take that off the ledger. Auburn's at 320 yards right now. And South's at 229. Oh, nice balance. It did not yield any yardage, but it was a really nice second effort there by Omar. I guess Omar, due to the way he runs and his size, he has to always deal with people trying to tackle his head like that. That's going to be part of it. Just a very low runner. See, it's still a light box here. Well, 7, I guess. But 3rd and 6, you're going to probably throw this one. Boy, great play by Singleton, but he was out of bounds. And also great blitz pickup right there from Omar. He got it done. It wasn't the prettiest blitz pickup, but he got it done. Hey, there's Robin, our guy. All right, Alex is going to get an opportunity to kick here because they're so close. 34 yards. I think he told Hugh he's good inside of 35, so that would be where he's at. And that is cash money. We do have a field goal sound somewhere. Hey, first of all, let me give him a how about you.
And how about you, fella?
How about you?
How about you?
All right, 31-15 is what we're looking at there with Alex McPherson's field goal. Yeah, Poppy Clan says, man, Alex looks so thin. He is so thin. He just can't keep. I think he's feeling better now, but I mean, for like 3 weeks there, he just couldn't keep any food down, and so he just loses weight, and he gets so thin. You know, he's got to be the lightest player we've ever covered at Auburn at this point. You know, like where he is right now. Crocky says we really need defense to show some life. I think that's really been the story of this game so far. Because for me, offensively, they've been about what I thought they would be. It looks pretty good. Defensively, we got questions. I maybe underestimated South's offense a little bit because I really like the way they've been operating. I think the sequencing's been really good. I think they've been pretty sharp with what they've been trying to accomplish, and I think Auburn's defense has not particularly stood up to this challenge very well. So, but to me, that's the story of this game so far. But you can change that. I mean, Auburn can come out here and have a really nice 3-and-out, and maybe have a good, run stuff, or somebody meets somebody in the hole and knocks a sumbitch out, and all of a sudden you start feeling like the defense can turn it around. So, good shiz there. Let me make sure I get some numbers updated here. Jackson's only 12 of 22 right now. He's 12 of 22 for 145. Rushing the football, he is 10 carries for 50. Had a couple, I think, well, certainly one fourth down conversion rushing, and it may have been two there on that drive. Cobb is at 16 for 97 still. That's right, because Omar went that whole drive. And Cam Coleman is at 249, so same. Third down, they've changed the numbers here. It's now 7 of 12 and 5 of 9. I was like 9 of 11. Wait a minute. All right, those are fully updated now. LB Puppy says, is Simmons hurt? That's a good question. We have not seen Malcolm today, have we? I'm not sure on that one. The last time I saw Malcolm was Tuesday, and he was fine. I don't know. Let's see. Connor gets this kickoff. Lands at the 1. They'll take that. It's fine. Okay. Crocky says Simmons' shoulder injury. Crocky Poo. That's a good point, man. I was watching defensive backs, so maybe I'm talking out of my ass then. But I mean, I talked to him, but I actually talked to him in the complex. And I was watching DBs because I've been in such a DJ mode lately. I love watching DJ coach. So you got Damari out and Malcolm out, which is two big guys. And then on defense, you've got Jay Crawford out, and you've got Douglas Durrell out, which will be your third tailback. So they got some injuries a little bit piling up. I'd like to know a little bit more about Amaris, a little bit more about Jay Crawford. What's going on there? The thing, Reeland, so with Damari, if this is OU week, he would be playing 100%. Like, he's not that hurt. He's not in a yellow jersey. Josh C., super chat, my man, says OU will be without defender Mason Thomas in the first half next week due to targeting. That could be helpful. Yeah, Fat Crack, I misspoke on that, bro. Appreciate you guys getting me straight on that because I like to keep the information right, even if I'm wrong. I was working defense last week. Poppy Clan says thoughts on rushing. I mean, I really like him and I like his intensity on the field, but you've got to acknowledge the fact that the safeties have not played great this year. I feel like Caleb is not playing at the same level that he was last year. That's just my opinion. I'm not necessarily watching him every single snap, but I don't feel like he affects the game very much. And Jaquez Robinson, number 5, I feel like he misses way too many run fits. like you see him running the wrong way against, like, he just comes flying downfield instead of kind of breaking down and making sure he's getting hat on the guy. He just kind of comes in for the kill shot, and I feel like he misses too many of those. So a little frustrating there. Thanks for that update, Josh C. in the super chat. Burner says, is Alvin Henderson not ready to play yet, or is he banged up? Thought we might see him a snap or two. He's scout team, brother. So my thought is that he would only be used in an emergency. So, yeah, he's just running scout team. And I saw no change in him this week, because actually Hugh got a question about him on Tiger Talk, and he was kind of like, well, we're going to kind of put him in a few meetings this week. And you could tell it was like, no, we're not going to play him. No. I think they just feel like he's behind a little bit. Josh asked, where did Robinson transfer from? Officially, UConn. He started his career at Charlotte, and then he was at UConn for a year, and then he's here now. And he's from St. Francis in Baltimore. So he's, he used to be teammates with all these dudes like Juice and Darion, and there's another Baltimore guy. I forgot who it was. Oh, it's a Bobble, who I would like to see today too. Ooh, pass rush is getting to the quarterback there. Oh, we got a missed tackle on, who was that? 16. The missed tackles are being a little bit more of a factor today, guys. Remember, you had a bunch in the Baylor game. I think you had 20. And then last week you had 3. And this week it's definitely going to be more than 3. We've probably already seen 7 or 8. Yeah, Jordan thought that was an embarrassing missed tackle. I don't like it at all. It was terrible. Well, that wasn't a missed tackle. Elijah got his hands on him and was not going to let go. But you're not seeing the gap integrity up front that you want to see. Whoever's playing nose right now got displaced on that run, either willingly or not willingly. I'm not sure what that story was on that. Let's see who was playing nose here. It was Dallas. Oh, they were running some kind of a stunt. And so Dallas vacated that gap. And then I guess it was Keldrick. Well, I'm not going to even mention the fact that Keldrick got held, but it was kind of a little gap exchange. Just kind of ran out of the hole. Not that he did anything wrong. That was the call. Wizard D asks if Atkins is playing. I haven't seen him lately. I'm not sure what the story is with that. But he was playing in the first quarter for sure. And I didn't see him get hurt or anything. Yes, LB Puppy notes that Amaris hurt his arm and asked to be replaced and hasn't returned. That's right. Caleb's down on the field, and he said that Amaris is down there, just like didn't appear to be hurt. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything. I mean, Darrell wasn't hurt last week either, and now he's out for a month. So, Josh is Bobble would be second team. I think he's probably like third team, but he's not scout team. He reps with the main guys, and I think they think he's pretty physical, so he might be a good guy to play in here a little bit. But you know what I mean. Robert says, do we have anybody that can tackle? That's the thing about this defense, man. Like the first game, tons of missed tackles. Second game, it appeared to have cleaned it all up. And then in this game, yeah, it's not great. It's not great. Yo Malcolm says, Jalen McLeod gained 100 pounds in the offseason, number 35, LOL. Yeah, he's a big boy now, isn't he? He hit that buffet, or he was out at Baumhauer's Victory Grill getting those delicious wings, filling up. Yabo says he's out for a month. That's Dr. J saying that. Hugh has just said he's going to be out a while, mostly because of the incision. I mean, I don't know how long that incision is going to be on his leg. I'm thinking like a foot and a half. I mean, it's like literally the swelling was from his knee to his hip bone, and they had to open that up. You know what I'm saying? So I think he's going to be out a little while. Yeah. And maybe it's not a month. Maybe it's 3 weeks. I don't know. But he's got to get that completely put back. You know, that's got to heal back before he can even get back going. And then he's got to get back into shape a little bit. So I think it's going to be that long. Yeah. I think it was really surprising to everybody, including Darrell, that it was that big of a deal because he felt great after the game. He didn't get treatment or anything. He just kind of woke up with it. Yabo, good question. How is Temple compared to South Alabama? I can't speak intelligently about Temple. Although I came in contact with a sports writer this week who thought that Temple was in Texas. No shit. He said, well, Oklahoma don't have to go far. I was like, what do you mean? Josh says, what about Blockton? No, I've seen him. Well, we're in the fourth quarter now, but I saw him in the third quarter. He's playing right now. There's another pitch and catch RPO that he probably should have caught, and he didn't. And that would have been another first down. Let's see. I want to make sure that J-Head is good to go for post game. All right, send him a text. Oh, Jared, get him. Oh, I don't know if it's a missed tackle, but Jared, boy, he had that guy. There's Xavier Atkins is back in the game. He's playing right now. Jared had a chance to get that guy down and just didn't quite get him. Got Darion playing right now as well. Sweet. J-Head thinks he's going to be able to jump on with us. That'll be awesome. Kind of a minor part of that snap right there, but Darion was going to try to bull rush that right tackle, and he really didn't get anywhere. Yeah, he was trying to just bull rush that old boy. I typically think of Darion as being, pretty creative pass rusher, honestly. I think he's their best interior pass rusher anyway, but not on that snap. They're still letting him play, though. This is a great experience for him. He got some penetration on that play, too. Third and Durkin. Third and Durkin. All right, we got a 3rd and 10 here. Darion stand-up pass rush here. Oh, he dived inside. Oh, it was a great play by him. He's so light on his feet for a big guy, Flag. Here we go. Fart. Oh, man. Yeah, that's going to definitely be a penalty, man. That's 2 arms around him, Like, fine. Defensive holding. They're going to call that on New Boy, but I thought it was Sly. Yeah, I don't think it was on New Boy. I Another missed tackle, guys. Oh, and Durkin just got a fucking personal foul, too. God dang it. He's probably clamoring for a hold. And then he got flagged. Son of a gun. Sideline infraction. Oh, they're going to say it was a bump. I thought he was talking. He bumped him. I don't think he didn't. He had his back to him. Whatever. They didn't actually give him any trouble. No yardage. Yeah, LB's right. He said he ran into DJ. That's actually the correct adjudication of that confrontation. Absolutely. DJ had his back to him. Or he was kind of, he's facing where the tackle was occurring. Yeah, CDF says, weren't the DBs what everyone felt good about? Yeah, you came in and you feel like, I'm coming into the season, I'm thinking, okay, Kane Lee's played, 1,200 snaps. And although I don't love him, it's a lot of experience. And then Xavier had, look at this bullshit. Now that's a tackle right there. New boy with a tackle. Kieran got sucked in there bad, man. He should have had that stopped for no gain on the cutback, and he just got sucked inside. And then New Boy said, no, I'll finish this shit. I don't know about quit, Brandon. I would not say that they've quit. Well, certainly not the offense, but the defense. I know what you're talking about, but this is not quitting to me. This is just lackadaisical. That's not quitting. I think Hugh would say they're not straining. That's probably the best way to put it. They're just kind of going through the motions. With the exception of Key, although he screwed up that last play, he's been playing pretty hard, and I feel like Falk's, of course, always giving it to you. He's a pretty high motor guy, similar to like Max Crosby. Just kind of gives it hell every snap. You got Jared Smith in there right now. Oh, quit playing hard is what Brandon said. Yeah, that's fair. I think that's fair. Get him, Jared. Ball's out. Ball. Oh, turnover city. Oh, yeah. Jared almost had him. Remember, it was like 3 or 4 plays ago where he ran him down from the backside and damn near got that old boy down. And then he got away for a first down run. This time, Jared got up and just ate his lunch. Oh, what a rush. He knocked that old boy back on his ass, too. He just went over there and knocked the ball out, and I guess Xavier got it. Nice play. That's it right there. That's the kind of turnover you're looking for. Jared, of course, from Thompson. Somebody that I kind of overlooked a little bit, not necessarily when they signed him because I thought he was a stud, but like when they were coming into the season, I was like, well, he's playing behind Key and Keldrick and whoever the fuck else, at defensive end. I thought it'd be tough for him to get in, but he's made a difference in this game. Yeah, Crocky says great awareness by Xavier. Yeah, big play there to keep going after that ball. That's good stuff. And a huge turnover right there because South had been that was a good, solid, grindy drive. And Jordan says Jared just ate that right tackle's lunch and made him like it. He did. He absolutely just kind of put a forearm right in his chest right here and knocked him back. And it was just like, bro, I think Tubb would have given him credit for a cockroach on that one because the dude was going to be on his back doing this. But yeah, it was a great play. Solo says he just did the Heisman on that hoe. I like that. Jared Smith draft status on the way up, Colby says. Hold on, man. He's still got a little ways to go. But, yeah, he's playing great right now. Poppy Clan says Smith looking like a young Khalil Mack. Wow, that's high praise. Former Raider. I don't know where he is anymore. I don't pay attention after they leave the Raiders. CFB Addict says, we're playing tons of freshmen. We will get better, I hope. Spider Chaw says this game is pretty boring. Feel like everyone is half asleep. It is kind of grindy. I don't know. Again, offensively, at this point, I mean, we still got a little ways to go before the finish line, but I feel like offensively, I would probably give them a B+. Is that fair? Maybe an A-. I feel like they have run the ball really effectively. And even though we haven't had any long shots in the passing game, I feel like the passing game's been pretty healthy. That's that old boy that Auburn tried to get from ULM, Hardy. He had a great year last year at Louisiana Monroe, and Auburn was trying to pick him up and ended up losing him to Missouri because Missouri was more balls deep on that particular need. And so Auburn ended up getting Durrell, who I still think is a really good football player. Oh, nice jump. More innovative yard gaining from Jeremiah Cobb right there. He's always finding something to do. He's always finding some way to get another yard or two. I love it, man. Let's see. SR71 Blackbird, my man, says Mateer going to have his way with our secondary. We're going to have our secondary holding his pocket. It is concerning a little bit. That's the part of the game that's really standing out to me. It's just the secondary is having a terrible day. All right, we're getting an end around there from the other D's. Bryce D's. Oh, that's Kane. Bryce Kane, my bad. There's Emmitt Smith. A little bigger than his dad. P-Pass says Hardy from Missouri is good. Not Cobb good, but good. Yeah, I mean, he would be in that spot where Durrell is right now. But I like Durrell. I think he's a very physical runner. But if Cobb's going to keep playing like this, it doesn't really matter. Oh. Boy, that was a tough throw right there. That was a very small window. And Howard, again, doesn't come down with the ball. I don't know. Are we going to call that a drop? I need to see a replay in order to adjudicate this. I think SR71 Blackbird believes that may have been a drop. That's a tough play, though, man. Oh, man. RLN says that's a drop. Chad, is this a drop? That's a solid punt. They're going to start at the 31. I personally don't think that's a drop, but I'd be willing to change my mind on that if that's what you guys think. I think that's not a drop. I'm going to leave it at 3. Colby says, are you surprised that Ashton Daniels isn't getting reps? Like in this game? No. This game's still close, man. I mean, they're only up 16. I know that the chances of Auburn losing this game are very, very low, but like the idea that, I feel like, no, I'm not surprised by that. Yeah, I'm with you, Gunner. He says not a drop. Dude was getting hit at the time the ball hit him. That's exactly right. I think that would have been a really tough catch. I'm not even sure it got to him. I don't think that was the first punt today, bro. But let me see if you're right. No, he's kicked twice. But he hasn't been out there much. You're right about that. Let's get some of these stats updated. Jackson passing 13 of 24. He actually lost yardage. 13 of 24 and yard. Damn it. It's down a little bit deeper here. 142. He actually lost yardage. That's nice. Rushing, he's at 10 for 50, same. Jeremiah's at 17, 102. 100-yard rusher. It's not super common at Auburn. Receiving, Coleman is 2 for 49 still, but Eric's your leading receiver at six catches for 65, although some of those are those little forward passes that he gets on the end around. Just for shits and gigs, Mabson has 5 carries for 13, and Singleton has 3 carries for 15. So those are your numbers there. Third down, Auburn 7 of 13. They are 7 of 12. That's kind of evened up a little bit there, hasn't it? Well, Okra, so here's kind of the way I think about this. Okra asked a good question. If we can't find our wideouts against South Alabama, what are we going to do against Oklahoma? Oh, nice. Sounds like Clemson just knocked Georgia Tech just knocked Clemson out. I like that. A 55er. Good golly. That's a bomb right there. I look at each game as like its own book, so to speak. So what I mean by that is you got some things working against you here inherently. You're playing a weaker opponent, and I know that the coaches didn't take this game lightly, and they probably talked up South Alabama like they should, but you go in feeling like you're going to win, right? It's hard to change that, and it's an 11:30, 11:45 kickoff, which a lot of times just kind of lends itself to be kind of mushy. And I don't know. I don't necessarily look at this game and say, oh, well, they're in deep shit for Oklahoma. I think they are in deep shit for Oklahoma, but not because of this game. It's just because I feel like they've got to play better on defense in general. But I think we're surprised by how often, like, when they go to Oklahoma, Auburn knows it's business time, right? Oh, man, I thought that tailback is going to die. They know it's business time when they go to Norman, and they're going to know that all week, and they're going to have a different attitude about practice all week. And so I think they come into that Oklahoma game, they're going to be playing some of their best ball. It's a different thing. Third and 4. This is probably going to be okay here. It's not long. Oh! Strader trying to get that interception. But still gets the PBU anyway. And they're going to have to go for this, or they're going to choose to go for this on 4th and 4. I mean, you're down 16. You got to find a way to get some points on the board if you're South Alabama. Even if you're on your own 36 or whatever they're at. Let's see how much heat Auburn actually brings here. They only rushed 4. I feel like that's offensive pass interference. I swear to you it is. I feel like the wideout decided that the ball wasn't catchable, and then he just kind of like headbutted Kensley. That's bullshit, man. I don't like that call at all. Watch this play here. So he decides his ball isn't catchable, and he just kind of like instigates the contact with Kensley. See, look at him. He went into him. They will call that sometimes, though. I see that in the NFL too. But to me, it's disingenuous to say that that's pass interference. It's not. That's a tough call. Oh man, I thought number 1 was going to die. Crocky, I'm with you, bro. It is definitely, it's not in the spirit of PI. It's not. But you will see that called in the NFL. Very similar. Make very similar calls in the NFL. I realize this isn't the NFL, but still. Oh, boy, that quarterback got absolutely munched by one Keldrick Falk. I agree, though. Gunner said the receiver created the contact. He absolutely did. That's offensive PI, Damon, is what I would call it. And Jordan is delighting in seeing Dabo with another L. It's tough, man. It's really tough being Dabo sometimes.
And I ain't going to let some smart-ass kid get on this phone and create this stuff. So if you got a problem with it, I don't care. All right?
Smart-ass kid was like an Army veteran or something. Who's like 35 years old. Dude from Spartanburg, I believe. SR71 says, did Kensley accidentally breathe on the wide receiver wrong? It's just not. It's not a good call. All right, 4th and 3. Fourth and 3 from the 41. This is obviously a pretty important play. See how many Auburn brings. Auburn's bringing 5 or 6, but they get the ball on the slant with Kensley defending that. Ah, nice play there. I'm telling you, Elijah, I feel like Elijah don't play that much, but when he does, he makes the right play. He affects things, you know? There he is. There's Okra. Says, JG, I'm not trying to be negative. I'm just worried. Thanks for doing what you do. Keep it up, Ward Amigal. Hey, man, I didn't think you're being negative. It's all right to be watching this and going, man, that third game of the season against South Alabama, you were expecting more. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. All right, they fit the power there. I don't remember who it was, if it was Crocky or who it was talking about. They don't fit the power very well. They did right there. And they actually knocked the tailback out of the game because he said, I want out. Third and 8. We got a 3rd and Durkin here. Oh, shit. Are they going to throw a flag on that? They are not. Thank goodness. It's going to be 4th and 2. 4th and 1. Good golly, man. That's another power that didn't fit at all. And Elijah, right after I bragged on Elijah, he missed a tackle there. God bless, man. Auburn fan 123 says JGT Mateer is going to carve these DVs up if there's not a lot of improvement. You got to get Jay Crawford back on the field. Hey, that's got to happen. Figure out what's going on there. Although I don't necessarily feel like Rayon Strader's played poorly. But you think about Sly was getting beat as the dime or the nickel, I don't know what they would call it in this situation. And then they switched to Kensley, and then Kensley's getting beat there. And like they need an upgrade there. I wonder if they could play Champ there. When he comes back, he's still got a huge club on his right hand, but I think they're missing him. Boy, Yabo, this is copium right here. Maybe we have a secret weapon DJ hasn't shown us yet. He's saving that for OU. I mean, that'd be sweet. I don't know if that's going to happen though. Josh says thoughts on Sly at safety. I just don't know what he is, bro. I don't think he's rangy enough to play safety like in a traditional safety spot, you know. And so I think they really like him as a nickel, but he gets beat in pass coverage too much. We got Zeke Walker in there, number 91. Wrote a story about him, I think earlier in the week. Didn't really fit that power very well either. Ay. Interestingly, both teams are 3 for 3 on 4th down today. That's kind of unusual. And they are in danger of eclipsing Auburn in terms of total yards now. It's 322 to 308. Now, we don't give a shit about the numbers there because we care about the scoreboard, but at the same time, man, this is a little alarming that it's, Auburn may get outgained here. I don't know. They're still going to have to probably score a touchdown to actually get ahead of Auburn, but there you go. There's another play from Elijah. I guess he's kind of hit or miss. All right, 2nd and 9 is what we're looking at here. Here's another power. Boy, they know what we know, that Auburn has not fit that power for a shit today. But that one was actually fit pretty well. 3rd and 7. Auburn fan 123 says, can't wait for a 4th and 3 conversion coming up. Ay. Damn, James Carson with a tough grade. Gives it a D for the coaches and an F for the players. I think he's talking about specific. Oh. There it is. Kieron Crawford and Keldrick. Going for basically the mesh charge on that one, and they got a hold of him. A nice play for both of those guys. All right, so now you're looking at a 4th and long here. 4th and 8. Carlos says, no playing time for Deuce. We got all these problems, and you're upset that Deuce isn't playing. Okay. I mean, that's cool. I respect it. Oh, could have been a pick. Well, that's the game right there. That's going to wrap it up. It's just kind of weird, though, that it comes to that, right? Like, I mean, I know Auburn's not going to lose the game, but, geez, Louise, get off the field, guys. Shit. Let me see if I can get some stats on that drive. Fuck me. I feel like they were on the field forever. That was a 15-play, 47-yard drive in 6.5 minutes. Lord have mercy. Can't get off the field, bro. South Alabama's last fully formed drive. So they had a drive that started right before halftime. They don't really count because they were just running the clock out. Their last 4 drives have been 10 plays, 11 plays, 12 plays, and 15 plays. I mean, just get off the field. Just get off the field. See, James said only 1 3 and out today, and that is 1. Yeah, that's accurate. It's only 1. It was their initial possession of the second quarter went 3 yards 6. Well, yeah, these last 4 major drives, the fully formed drives, 10, 11, 12, and 15. I mean, to be fair, Auburn had a 14-play drive that resulted in a touchdown and a 16-play drive that resulted in a field goal, but, I don't really have any problems with the offense today, if you want to be honest, but defensively, just get off the freaking field, please. Sheesh. 7 of 16 for them on 3rd down and 3 of 4 on 4th. So that's just a lot of 3rd down situations. 16. Crawdaddy said he had Auburn 34-20. That is pretty close, bro. Nice job. Sayer Thing says, give up 15 points and people are freaking out. Fresh boy in the house. What up, bro? Good to see you here. He's one of our old school guys. Been hanging out with us for a while. SR71 Blackbird says, 15 points is 15 too many. Alamo Tiger Grad says, JG, that's what happened last year. Fortunately, we have a better offense this year. It looks to be that way, yeah. I mean, I'm kind of hoping, I think we're seeing real progress on offense. But then there's times where you're not necessarily today, but there's times in that Ball State game where I'm just what are we doing? Got to have more whatever you want to call it, juice, emotional investment, like something. Hey, what up, Fresh Boy? Good to see you. Also, I'm with you 100% on Cobb. I think Cobb is him. I think he's a stud, and I think he gives the offense what it needs. Like, he's a badass. Robert says Arnold doesn't turn the ball over and he can run. Yeah, he's good. He can run and they can run. I mean, they run the ball for sure. They can run the football, and I think they will be able to run the football. Oh man, that was a big ass hole right there. I kind of thought Jeremiah would have been a little more. I don't know. I felt like he was kind of going through the hole at like 75% speed. He's probably just like, hey, man, let's just kill this clock here. Put the game on ice. Yeah. Ephesians bringing up some points that it should be 31-17 if they don't miss 2 PATs. Auburn's created 2 turnovers, and it's still close. I mean, I don't really know what to say about that. I mean, I think South's definitely a better team than Ball State. But I don't think of South as being like, some great team. But offensively, they've played some good football today. Let's be real about it. They've got 310 yards. They've run 68 plays. Auburn has 60. They've averaged 4.6 yards per play. Now, rushing's where they've had some trouble, 3.3 yards per rush, and Auburn's at 5.2, so that's a big difference. And then the turnovers obviously hurt them, which is unusual. We don't usually see Auburn creating turnovers. It's usually not something they do very well, but been better about it today. By the way, Jeremiah, with that last run, is up to 18 and 109. Go ahead and update that. Yeah, Mike says Cobb had both hands on the ball. Ball security is crucial at this point. A good point on that. Good point on that. See, PPAS thinks that South Alabama can beat Kentucky and Arkansas this year. By the way, we got Arkansas playing a big game tonight against the hated Ole Miss Rebels. I'd be curious to see how that goes down. We got some good games to watch today. We got of course, the Georgia-Tennessee game, which for me is a tough one because I really don't ever want to pull for either one of those in any case. So I don't really know. I'll just watch it as a neutral, I guess. Got Vanderbilt and South Carolina tonight. It's an interesting game. Normally you'd think that's a snoozer, but these days it's a pretty good game. And I'm interested in the Arkansas-Ole Miss game. So we got some good stuff tonight. It looks like Alabama put Wisconsin away. I figured they would. I guess that's soothing some frayed nerves in Bammerland that they've had. They just crushed whoever they played last week, and looks like they played pretty well today too. Gunner thinks Arkansas is going to beat Ole Miss. My recollection is that Arkansas gives them trouble. For whatever reason, Kentucky and Arkansas always give Ole Miss trouble. 2 teams that generally aren't very good. Ole Miss had to really push to get away from Kentucky last week, and then last year Kentucky won in Oxford. That's the reason they didn't get the playoff. Wizard D says South Alabama is legit. They almost beat the G5 playoff contender, meaning the Tulane Green Wave. That game last weekend, South lost by 2, and they had an opportunity to, I guess, tie the game late or maybe win the game. I can't remember which, but it came down to the wire. Great catch by Cam right there. Just a very Cam Coleman thing to do. Incredible concentration. James says Auburn has lost the second half 6-3 and has been outgained by over 100 yards. Look at him. Yeah, there you go. Mike, 2 hands on the ball. He's got the fullback clutch going on, Coleman says no explosive plays for the 3rd game in a row. Let's see if they actually have any explosive plays, like for real. Can't remember where I find those stats. home. They're giving Auburn, they're pretty meager, but they're giving them 4 explosive plays right now, all in the run game. 15-yard run, a 15-yard run, a 14-yard run, and a 10-yard run. I'm not sure a 10-yard run would count for me, but you know how they do it. Well, that catch from Luke Deal was something else, wasn't it? It's easy to forget that play because all this other stupid shit that went on, but like this pick 6 right here. God, that game was such a kick in the nuts. Nathan says, man, this was a bad game. And it's something RR Big Cat was talking about, not very many down the field passes. It's something that Kozan was talking about at halftime, that he really wanted to see a little bit more of that. And he didn't get his wish on that one. So yeah, this is Max says the touchdown pass wasn't explosive. Yeah, that's a great question. Why would that not be on there? I don't know. It seems like it should be. Oh, I'm sorry. I misread this. Thank you for calling me out on that. I was just looking at the rush plays. So they had 4 explosive rush plays and 2 explosive pass plays. The touchdown to Cam, obviously, and then another throw to Cam, which I have forgotten now. I don't even remember the play anymore. It was in the second quarter, apparently a 17-yard gainer. So there you go. Not a lot of explosive plays, though. 4 rushing, 2 receiving. And you're playing South, right? You feel like there should be more of that. Raven says, get the Rowans Creek. LB Puppy says, some of y'all don't know football. 30-plus yards is explosive. I would argue that 15 yards. For me, 15 yards would be good. But 10-yard run to me is not explosive. That's not enough. Let's see. Max B says, love you, bro. You do awesome. Thanks, bro. Assuming you're talking to me. I don't know. If it's somebody else, let me know, and I'll give them the proper credit. Spicy P says, look for positives. I can do that. I can definitely do that. I like that they didn't turn the ball over. Love that. I thought Cobb was an absolute badass today, as is customary for him. I like what I saw from Omar. So that's good. I thought the offensive line played at least decently and maybe a click better than that. I thought that... What else did I like today? I thought Keldrick put in a workman-like performance today. Didn't necessarily come up with a bunch of numbers, but I thought he affected the game nicely. I was encouraged by seeing Elijah. He missed a tackle on a wide play, but he made a bunch of nice plays inside. Thanks, Max. I appreciate that, my guy. Mike N thought it was a look-ahead game, which I think is fair to say. Everybody knows you got a big game coming up, you know. Agonzas, I think, is correct in saying this. USA is a well-coached team. Not many teams going to blow them out. We got out of this thing healthy. I say that like with an asterisk because I'm not sure, but I think you're right. I'd like to have updates on Jay Crawford. I'd like to have an update on Amaris, who didn't play after the second quarter. But, yeah, I know what you're talking about. And James mentions that Jared Smith had a big play. Yes, he sure did. Big play. Created a fumble that Xavier was able to pick up and ended a drive that honestly looked like it was going to result in points for the Jags. So that was absolutely a big play. Crocky says, my standouts this game include Jackson Arnold, who didn't turn the ball over and was just generally effective, right? Particularly running the football is where I noticed him the most. Jeremiah was awesome today. Singleton was very good, particularly in the first half. Connor Liu. He believes he had a good game. I didn't necessarily notice. I'm not very good at noticing offensive line in real time. On the defensive side, he gives some love to New Boy. And he also says Smith, which I'm guessing is, are you talking about, he's probably talking about Jared, not Sylvester. And then Rayon Strader, who got pushed into a lot of work today, right? Because with Crawford out and Pleasant out, they needed him, and he played a bunch of snaps and didn't really notice him making any problems, so that's a good thing. And then McPherson in the kicking game hit all of his PATs plus a short field goal, so that's good to see. Crocky Poose's Jared Smith, yes, made a huge play in this game. I reckon he didn't play a lot of snaps, but he was very impactful when he was on the field, no doubt about that. Coleman says, I think they just got away from passing in the second half. Yeah, but I have to say, Coleman, I'm concerned. I'm concerned about this because we keep seeing this, right? The Baylor game. I thought the passing game was underwhelming there, and the difference in that game was really Jackson running the football. The Ball State game, it was just kind of grinding that one out. But this one was not a grindy. This is where you come out and you're supposed to play your real game, and I think the difference for Auburn was Jackson running the football and Jeremiah running the football. So they're just not passing the way I say in the media, reporters, me included, spend so much time talking about the receivers and how good they are. And I do think they're very good, but Auburn's not getting a ton of mileage out of them because they're not getting the ball to them, I think, in spots where they can do much. With the exception of Eric Singleton, I would argue that they're being underutilized, right? Coleman, 2 catches for 49, and he had the 31-yard touchdown catch, which was phenomenal. Like, why doesn't he get more opportunities to show what he can do? Because I know he can catch slants. I know he can challenge for aerial balls downfield. There's a lot of shit he can do, and he's not being given an opportunity to showcase that. And, in this era, we got to think about it this way, too. It's a money thing, too, right? So Cam's the second highest paid player on the team. It's really weird to say that, but it's true, like old sports writer, like, well, he's the highest paid player on the team. And then you give him 2 catches, and I think he only had maybe another look or 2. Chase says Jay is trash. I do not agree with that at all. I think that's a terrible take. Definitely not trash. Look, man, I'm just happy to have a quarterback that doesn't turn the ball over. And I knew that the knock on him as a passer was that he's too careful, right? He's too careful. And some of that affects the passing game because I think he misses some stuff that's there, and he's too worried about, I don't want to get this picked. But on the good side, he's not going to get picked very often. South Alabama looking bad at 1-2, but they're not. They're a credible ball club. Their 2 losses are to Tulane and Auburn, so ain't nothing too bad. James C. with a great question. He says, JG, what's Hugh going to do next week if Auburn has a 47-yard field goal opportunity? And it's obviously a situation where he's got to kick it. I think he goes with Connor Gibbs on that one. But I'm sure what he would say to you if you were asking him right now is that they're going to have a competition this week and that he's going to, go with the guy that performs the best in that competition, which last week was Connor, although I saw Towns was pounding the ball well when I saw him, so there was a lot more going on. Let's see, Poppy Clan is pulling for Jay Head, which he said Jay Head said he's good to go, so we can definitely switch over there and do that and get that thing going. Let's see, my man Reynolds is in here as well. We love Reynolds. As an old, it's not spelled correctly. I'm just happy for the freaking win. After several years of inexplicable losses, I'm overjoyed that we simply took care of business. That is true. 31-15, you feel, hey. And offensively, I felt like it was kind of grindy, but they got it done. But I expected a little bit more. I'm just going to be honest with you. I expected a little bit more. Let's see if Jay Head is good to go. I'm going to text him and see. But he said he thought he'd be able to do it. And just make sure, it's kind of an odd middle of the day kind of thing. So just make sure like that. Not Salty says no head like Jay Head. Oh, he says he's good to go. So let's see. Hopefully our phone, which has been usually the trick with my phone is with this deal here anyway, is that if it works one time, it will continue working. All right, there he is. There's the man right there. Oh no, that sounds wrong. Hold on. I know when it sounds like that it ain't good. Let's see, we'll try it one more time. That sounds right. That's what I'm looking for.
JGT, what's up, man?
What up, man? How you doing?
That game was a little closer than I think most of us would like, but I guess at the end of the very good rushing performance, but still missing something in the passing game. It just hasn't all the way clicked just yet there. And credit South Alabama. You know what? They played hard all the way through. I think Auburn kind of thought that, when they jumped on them 21-7 or 21-3, whatever it was, South would kind of wilt, and they didn't. They bowed up for the second week in a row, just like they did against Tulane the prior week, and played with a lot of heart and fight down the stretch. So sometimes you just got to tip your cap to the other team for playing hard, but definitely something left to be desired for Auburn today. They could have played better than they did.
Let's talk about some good things first. The tailback situation, I think, with 23, Jeremiah Cobb, I love him. I think he's a total badass, and I think they got a good one there.
I agree. I think, and he's also, a perfect complement to Jackson in the run game as far as that's concerned. So very impressed with his explosion, his decisiveness on when to hit the hole, and then the burst that he shows through it. I think he's getting better with his vision, which is the biggest thing to me with Jeremiah. It's, does he see the hole, and can he just, specifically on inside zone, can he press it and then, find his spot and pop it? If he's able to continue to do that, I think he's in for a breakout year. And Hugh called it before the season. I had my doubts. I thought it would be Darrell Robinson would be the breakout back for this team. Darrell has not, due to injury largely, been able to get on the field very much, and Jeremiah has made the most of his opportunities. And you got to think at this point, maybe he's the number one back. I don't know. Maybe they're going to continue to roll with Damari as the first teamer, but Jeremiah has absolutely earned his carries. Very impressed with the young man. And look, you cheer for a kid like him to kind of get to have games like this because he's such a good kid in the locker room. He works really hard, and so I'm glad to see that hard work pay off with some success this season.
And he's a Montgomery boy, so he's tough. I'm saying, dude, it's facts.
Hey, you're right, man. If you can make it out of the Gump, you can make it out anywhere, right?
That's one way to put it. That's a backward compliment if I ever heard one. Hey, and it's true.
No,
it's also true.
Not at all, man.
It's also true.
Listen, Marco Killingsworth is one of my all-time favorite people.
Oh, I love him.
Straight out of my gut.
Hell yeah. And also Geno James, but that's going back a long way. Hey,
look, I know who Geno James is. Go ahead, man.
I forgot. I want to ask you something that has nothing to do with it. In my scattered brain, I'm thinking about it. Did you know that you can't get into the front porch anymore unless you have a student ID? It's a new rule this year.
Are you kidding me?
You have to have a student ID to get in there.
Dude, no, that's a change, man. Travis must have decided to. I don't know what he's doing.
Bro, I got in there myself a year ago. Anyway, I just thought I'd tell you.
Maybe they just decided they had too many fights in there. I don't know.
That's right.
I don't know what the deal is.
I brought this up because Jay Head used to work there many years ago.
Yes, many moons ago. Yeah.
All right. So a lot of the hand wringing in the chat during the game was that Auburn continues to not throw the ball deep. They're not pressing the ball beyond 20 yards. They didn't do it again today. Really, is this something that concerns you?
I would be lying if I said it didn't. I do think that Jackson's doing a good job. I felt like in this game he saw the field better than he has seen it. But still, the lack of vertical shots within the offense is slightly concerning. Now, to me, the biggest thing is he moving the chains? And he seems to be doing that for the most part. And I think that's important. But in the SEC, particularly when you start playing defenses like you're going to play next week against Oklahoma, you're going to have to hit chunk plays, man. It is too difficult in this league to kind of nickel and dime down the field. So you're going to have some more explosives. Now, what I do like, and I do have a lot of comfort in, is that Hugh Freeze and this offensive staff can scheme some throws downfield. I have a lot of confidence in that, whether it comes naturally in the flow of the offense or it's something that they, just designed just for Jackson. I think they're going to be able to pop a few and create some vertical shots down the field. But you haven't seen it organically just yet within the offense, minus that one throw to Cam, which I guess was about a 30-yarder down the sideline there. So that was really your one explosive in the passing game today. But just need to see more of that. You got to see it continue to progress because, again, defenses are too good in this league. Brent Venables is going to tee off if he's seeing what we're putting on offense right now from the throw game, right? Like not necessarily from the run game, but from the passing game standpoint. If you're going to roll out a bunch of RPO and quick game, he's going to start dictating to you what you're going to get. So they're going to have to be able to take some vertical shots and move some people outside the box. And we'll see how that starts next week. Now, I don't think Auburn wanted to necessarily show their hand completely in this game. They wanted to run a lot of base offense and get some guys some exposure. And you were missing some pieces. You were missing Malcolm Simmons. You were missing Damari. Didn't love the tight ends today. Today's the first day I didn't love the tight ends. I thought they played better the previous 2 weeks. But we'll just have to wait and see. But, yes, it is a concern. It's not so much a concern that I think that Auburn's can't get it going in the vertical shot game. I would like to see more, and you haven't seen it yet. So we'll see what happens against Oklahoma, and then I guess as we continue to move throughout the season.
It's interesting because one of our stat guys, Crocky Poo, who's just really in tune to stats, he says that Auburn actually throws the ball deep at a pretty much regular pace for the SEC relative to the SEC, but where they're short is 10 to 20 yards. So it's kind of like the intermediate passing game is where Auburn's having trouble specifically. I found that interesting. I didn't know that.
No, I didn't either, and I trust Crocosile to know 100%. He is definitely well in tune with that and a guy that follows all the metrics, the PFS stats, and everything else that you want to know. So I think he's a fantastic follow, and if that's what he's saying, I would believe it wholeheartedly.
Yeah, same. I didn't really think of it that way. Eric Singleton is a problem with that sweep, isn't he? He's getting to be like Ontario, where he's the perfect zip guy outside,
I agree, and they're going to have something come off that. They haven't shown it just yet. I'm waiting for there's going to be a nuance or a wrinkle that's going to come off that here relatively soon, and that's probably where you're going to get a shot play off of that. But no, you're right, and it's a perfect complement to Jackson Arnold, specifically on quarterback power, where they're using that to kind of widen and stretch the zone a little bit. You haven't seen as much outside zone from them, which is what they used last year a lot to kind of stretch the field a little bit in the run game, right? Because you want to make sure that you're moving guys horizontally as well as trying to run the ball downhill. But I felt like that's been a really nice touch for them. And you're right, he is going to be a problem, and I think he's going to pop one. But what's going to be really interesting to me is when they make that slight wrinkle and you're going to get a shot play off of it. And I think it's going to be 6 when they do it.
Yeah, you brought up that's a great ancillary point that they don't run outside zone very much, do they? They like to run inside zone.
They run a ton of inside zone, and most of that's because of the RPO game that you can feature off of it. I felt like last year they had some more outside and mid zone that they featured, and maybe you'll get into some of that, but you just haven't seen it very much. But that jet sweep action or that wide receiver handoff, pop pass, whatever it is, you know what I mean? Because it's not always the straight handoff. Sometimes it's that little flip to the wide receiver there. They're using that to kind of stretch it horizontally and supplement to outside zone some.
Yeah. Defensively, they got some questions, I think, J-Head, just about I didn't think they were playing as hard as they could have. I don't think they strained for long periods of that game today, and they couldn't get off the fucking field, and that's just the facts. Are you concerned?
Yeah. I mean, you look, all we heard was how dominant this defense was in spring. And that's not just what was reported. That's what I heard from people that attended scrimmages. It was that the defense was absolutely getting the better of the offense the majority of the time. And through 3 games, you've seen that in phases, but it hasn't been consistent, right? I think that's the biggest issue. And you're right about the energy and the effort piece. It just felt like it wasn't there today. They were just kind of sleepwalking through things and through, the game at times. And I get it. You know, it's a lesser opponent, but it's a lesser opponent that's in your home state. And you knew this was going to be a Super Bowl type game for them. They were up for it. Auburn wasn't. Now, the difference between this year and what happened against New Mexico State 2 years ago is Auburn was a significantly less talented team. And I think if Auburn had played the way they did today, 2 years ago, this South Alabama team would have come in and had one of the biggest upsets ever in their history.
Damn.
But the talent differential is what it is. That doesn't mean that Auburn should play down to the level of its opponent ever. And it's something that Hugh's going to have to address. And my guess is, look, it's hard to play on emotion 12 straight weeks.
Can't
it
do
just
it.
is. It's hard to get up for every game. But they've got to be better and cleaner in certain phases of the game. And that's the part, to me, defensively, it's an untimely penalty, or it's a lack of holding your gap at times, or a lack of concentration, as far as the back end is concerned. Tackling was it was better than Baylor, but there were still some tackling issues today where they weren't exactly as good as they needed to be.
Yeah.
I think we thought that was cleaned up some against Ball State, but Ball State, again, Jay, they're a bottom-level MAC team, and it was such a talent differential that it's hard to tell in that game what Auburn really accomplished. So, again, a win is a win. I don't want to harp on it too negatively, but if they have this kind of performance in Norman, they're going to have a beat ass, and it's not just going to be by 7 points. You're talking about like 20-plus if they play like this.
I got a question here in the chat specifically about Caleb Harris, who's a player that we noticed like every snap last year, or you know what I mean. He seemed to hit every single game, and now I don't really notice him very much. Is that a concern?
I don't know if it's a concern. What I've noticed with him is that he's playing with a little bit more caution in the back end this year. I felt like he was more sure of himself at times, and maybe he does look a little bit lost in coverage. And maybe that's because he doesn't have a guy like Jaron Thompson playing beside him that was so good at directing traffic and getting guys in position and making sure everybody was aligned properly.
Great point.
Now he's the guy back there now, right? And he's the most veteran safety that you've got on that team, even though you got Jaquez Robinson back there. Throughout his career, even though he's 3 years Caleb's senior, he hasn't played as much ball as Caleb played last year. So there's a lot that goes into being the guy. And I think he's struggling a little bit this season so far. You
good, bro? Are you on there, bro?
My bad, man. That was an emergency alert came through on my phone. My apologies for anybody that was listening. But I think he's going to be okay long term. It's just there needs to be some growth there, and he's going to have to kind of overcome some of this timidness that he's shown in the back end and play with that reckless abandon like he played with last year.
Yeah.
He's just not playing with that same level of energy. And some of that, I think, is some undecisiveness in the back end about what's in front of him, what's his responsibility, getting everybody else lined up. And so the more he plays, hopefully they'll work those kinks out. And I think DJ is really good as far as getting his guys up to play. And TJ Rushing's going to have to make sure that he's got his guys dialed in for next week, because John Mateer is a whole different animal. Now, he's a little wild, right? So he's going to give you an opportunity to get some turnovers, but he's also going to be challenging you in the throw game too.
Yeah.
And you better be on your A game or you're going to get embarrassed.
I got a weird issue. I think that Sly did not play well today, and he got replaced by Kensley, and I didn't think Kensley played great either. But I'm thinking Sly, when he's playing the run, is really good. He's just not good against the pass. Maybe they could use him as a spy on Mateer next week and make him shine in that role. I just feel like dime is a real problem for them right now.
It is. It seems to be. And I'm wondering how they're going to resolve that. Are they going to take somebody from the corner rotation and kind of feature them at dime? Particularly, it may be Pleasant. Maybe they'll try him there. Because you're right. Nickel has been an issue for Auburn, particularly with inside slot guys. It just has not, for whatever reason, they haven't played well this season. And so I think against a team that, Oklahoma's best rushing attack is John Mateer. I mean, he's pretty much their entire offense. Now, they've got some nice wide receivers and pieces, but as far as their running attack is concerned, it hasn't come full circle just yet. So I think you can go a little bit lighter as far as who you're featuring as your nickel and as your dime. And you don't necessarily have to play with a true safety at that position. You could probably play with what Derek Mason used to call a slot corner. Maybe you even try Kay and Lee inside. Maybe you try that, and then you feature some of your larger outside corners and play some physical press man. I don't know. I'll be interested to see what the game plan is next week, but I don't think you're wrong in thinking that maybe you can use Sly as a spy and not necessarily feature him as a main cover guy in the slot, which to this point has gotten Auburn roasted for the most part, unfortunately.
Sure has, man. He's been getting eaten up. Bad.
Yeah.
I'm just surprised because I felt like they had a lot of good cover guys coming into the season, and now I'm kind of worrying about it. I think Jay Crawford's really good, but other than that, I haven't been impressed really. I don't know.
No. I mean, and then again, how much of it is it's early in the year and teams are still feeling each other out, and there's not enough tape out there to have as much of a game plan as you would like to have for some of these situations. And then how much of it is Auburn rolling young guys through too? We haven't played a game where there's been a shortened rotation. They've been pretty dedicated to playing about 24 guys on defense. And when you're rolling that many bodies through, you're going to have mistakes, particularly with young kids that are still learning and growing. So you're right that Jay Crawford, I do think, is still like the premier cover guy for them, even though he got a little nicked up today.
He did.
I'll be interested to see what the injury report is on Jay because he's a vital piece to any success Auburn's going to have. But you're going to need a big game from him next week. You're going to need a big game from Kay and Lee next week. You're going to need a big game from Pleasant and everybody else in the secondary there. And we'll see. I mean, I thought Fagans played better today in the back end as the game went on. He seemed to start to kind of understand things, and I think that's been the biggest knock is him not understanding his role or understanding the schemes or coverages he's up against offensively, right, or understanding his leverage or how he needs to play things. So that's all part of being a young guy. Conversely, I thought Eric Winters is our best safety on the field right now. I mean, he's going to have to learn to wrap up a little bit better.
Yeah.
But I'm impressed with what he's been able to do to this point. And I'll be honest with you, I've always thought he was going to grow into a linebacker, but watching him these first 3 weeks, I think my tune has changed some there now, and I can kind of see what Charles Kelly saw last year, and this kid's just going to be a jumbo-size safety. He really has a knack in the back end there.
Yeah, he's an enforcer for sure. Tone setter. I'm with you about the wrapping up, though. He likes to shoulder him a little bit.
Yeah, he's gonna have to. He's gonna have to start wrapping up, man. Because you're not. When he gets in SEC play, he's gonna look like Trey Matthews that time when he just kind of got rolled up at LSU.
It happens sometimes. All right, J-Head, Alan, excuse me, another great call.
You're good, man. You're good.
I'm always stuck in the middle there on that one, so I noticed that Jay Lee always calls you Alan now, so.
You're good, man. Whatever you call me, I'm going to respond to, brother. Don't worry about that.
Thanks for giving us some time and some thoughtful insight into what's going on out here.
No, thank you, buddy. I appreciate it, and I hope you and everybody else in the chat has a great rest of your day, okay?
All right, see ya.
Thanks, man.
There he is, an absolute stud. We love J-Head, and my dumbass Jay had the, I guess it was on mute from the last show. This particular scene had it on mute. So you guys are like, hey, can't hear J-Head again. I'm like, it's all on me. It was not a telephony problem. Thanks for letting me know. Anyway, good stuff from J-Head. I thought I liked his insight about he thinks that part of the reason that Caleb's having a tougher time this year is because he doesn't have Jaron like administrating the back, and he's having to do that, and it takes maybe it just kind of affects his mental approach to each snap because he's more of an administrator than just kind of a designated hitter now. And J-Head was kind of saying that he thinks in time that Caleb can kind of get that back where he can be an administrator and a hitter. It's just something to think about. It's something that I will be asking questions about this week because, I mean, we all know what Caleb can do, and he just hasn't been that this year, and he's not hurt. So we know there's something going on there. And I'm telling you, Caleb Harris he stands on business. Like that guy's as like focused a football player as you'll ever see. So it ain't because he's dicking around or not paying attention. He is really all about ball. Also, interesting stuff. I actually brought up the question, but he was kind of playing with me on it on nickel dime. I don't love their options there. somebody in the chat had mentioned this could be a great game coming up, the Oklahoma game, for Sly because he could be used as a spy, which DeMarcus is a great spy too, but I think Sly could be really, really useful in that role. But I feel like when you put him out there and you've got a decent offensive coordinator at Oklahoma, they're going to say, well, if 19's out there, let's start scheming up some throws against his ass because he doesn't stop anything. So I think it's going to be pluses and minuses. I'm just surprised, I guess, that Auburn doesn't have better options at that position. You know, I was always kind of not sure about Sly in that role. And, like, he had a great game against Ball State. But, you know, it's Ball State. And, like, the Baylor game, he played poorly. I don't think he played very well today, and it just worries me. It just concerns me. See, Coleman says it may come with time, but the hardest part of the schedule is now. There is no time. Yeah, at Oklahoma, at A&M is that's a tough one too, and it's going to take some serious effort to get through that 2-0. I don't know that it's possible. I think you can split them. But I just think winning those two on the road, I mean, if that happens, I mean, first of all, if Auburn wins those two games on the road, it's going to change how everybody in this chat, including me, feels about the ball club, right? Because they're going to be doing things in those games that we don't necessarily think they can do right now. But that's cool. Gunner 357 asks about the 5-star Texas A&M transfer. He's talking about Jacoby Matthews with 1T. No, I haven't heard much about him. I always thought it was going to be a long shot for him to be playing right now because he was literally out of football last year, getting his academics back in order at the junior college over in Mississippi, and I just think he wasn't in football shape. So for me, he's probably a guy that figures to slide into the rotation next year, but it could happen in the second half of this season. But I haven't heard a whole lot about him yet. He's just kind of out, you know, he's just, the problem is that you've got the starters and then you've got like New Boy and Eric Winters kind of slide in there. And, you know, J-Head was saying he thinks Eric Winters is the most enticing safety they've got. I agree with him on that. And then you're getting down to Jacoby. And so you're just going to have to, there's a lot of guys you're going to have to get moved out of the way for him to play. And I don't know that he's there. Kevin B says muting J-Head should be a criminal offense. I am guilty, my man. I can't believe I did that either. It's terrible. So I'll just work on being better, I guess. Let's see. Ephesians says, I don't understand how they can't get up for every game. Man, you only have 12 games in a season and you train all year for those 12 weeks. Play all out every game or get someone else out there. Like, on one hand, I understand where you're coming from on that, and I agree because, like, I don't know. I mean, I think about myself and I say, well, I don't necessarily have a great writing day every day at work, or I don't necessarily ask great questions every single time, you know. But if I knew I only had 12 days to work every year, but see, for them, it's not 12 days of work. They work all the time, right? So I don't know. D. Lucky says, Ephesians, that's not a realistic expectation, which I know where Ephesians is coming from, but I also know, like, and I was terrible at football, but I was pretty good at baseball. And I mean, I had bad games in baseball. Every game can't be the Super Bowl. So I don't know, man. Crocky Poo says he's going to bounce. Thanks for the stream, JG. We always love having Crocky Poo here. Great bunkerer. And we also love him on the drain as well. Thanks for being here, G. Always adds something to the show when you're around, a bunch, usually. Gunnar asks, is Braylon Womack a day one starter? Tough to say. We still need to see the development that occurs this year. I think Eric Winters is going to grow into a really good strong safety. And Braylon Womack, you know, is New Boy going to come on? Is Caleb going to, you know, suddenly kind of turn the switch and become a really great every down safety again? If so, I think Braylon Womack's going to be not a day one starter, but we still got to see how this season plays out. There's going to be a lot of development for New Boy and also for Winters, just to kind of see what they become. Rich says, after we beat OU and Texas A&M, it's going to really sting when we have disappointing games. When we drop games against Kentucky and Vandy. Kanuman is here in the chat. I did not know he was here. He says, miss you already, Crocky. We love what he brings. He's an absolute stud. No doubt about it. Coleman says slants were an issue again today. Middle of the field coverage might be an issue. Yeah, it did seem like Auburn, particularly in the first half, was getting gashed way too often and way too. There's too much injury to Auburn's overall defensive effort with those inside slants and drags. I felt like it got a little bit better in the second half, but it was still a little bit of a problem. And shit, the defense was just kind of a problem today, I thought. Had trouble getting off the field. Too many drives just kept going and going and going. Just get off the freaking field. That's the issue. D-Lucky jumping in with a nice, you can see that there on your page, but I'll go ahead and highlight it too. It says there's enough good effort and maximum effort. Okay, I'm sorry. He's making a delineation between good enough and maximum effort. Can't peg the engine out every week and have enough to last the season. I tend to agree. Hold on. Pocket Watch would definitely know what's going on here. Pocket, I think did I miss your first? Pocket says, or it's AI posting as Knuman. I wonder if Pocket is knowledgeable that Knuman's not there. I don't know. I think I have to go with you on that, D-Lucky. I think you're right. I just don't think you can stay up maximum all the time. And I think you go into a game, Auburn goes into a game like this against South Alabama just saying, it's South Alabama. Like, we need to just get out there and handle business and get off the field, because we got a big game coming up. And I don't know. I think it's impossible to keep them up all the time. Runner 24 tends to agree with you, saying it agrees with you. Possible to up for every game, especially when big conference road game it's so easy to look ahead. Oh, Pocket is joking. It's Knuman. There he is with a super chat. So smash the like button, folks. War damn Eagle. We just don't have enough likes. I don't think we do. Thanks for jumping in, Knuman. Appreciate you, G. James says, I don't see DJ Durkin screaming enough. His players don't fear him as much as last year. I know you're kidding, but it's pretty funny. That is funny. We need more DJ. He's not into the game enough, I don't think. Yeah, that could be a problem. I wonder if my guys are available to chat just yet. Let me check and see. I usually like getting BMAT on here. I did learn last week that like when Cole and Jay Lee are chasing recruits after games like they are this week at home game, it's really hard for me to get them on the horn because the way that their job works, they can't take a call really. There's just I've been down there with them before, and it's just people everywhere, and you've got to really keep your eyes out to see who's, oh, there's that guy. We got to go talk to him. There's that guy's dad. We need to talk to him. It's just it's too much going on. But some other good stuff to talk about there. Especially Crocky Poo had that interesting insight about the long throws that Auburn's the frequency of throws beyond 20 or 25 yards is on par with the SEC. What isn't on par with the SEC is how often they're throwing between 10 and 20 yards. And so it's kind of like that mid-range game, if you will. Now, today, my recollection is that Singleton caught 2 or 3 passes in like either a drag or a sticks route, whatever you want to call it, in that range. And so maybe they kind of beefed it up a little bit today. But he was the only one. They're obviously you're looking for Cam outside, and Horatio's more of an outside threat as well. So maybe they feel like the quality just isn't there for that. I don't know. Preston Howard also having a difficult day today catching the football didn't help. Now, I know that last drop, we didn't count it as a drop here, but would have been a tough catch. But the one in the end zone was just, oh, God bless. Oh, that's a tough one right there. T Park, who's an absolute stud. We've been talking earlier in the day about how much of a badass Kenny Irons is, and I know T Park would definitely agree with that statement. He said, missed this week's drain. Let's get the sloppy play on D cleaned up before next week, damn it. Ward M Eagle JG. Appreciate you, T Park. Thanks for jumping in. And just for being a total G. And I know you know how much of a badass Kenny Irons is. He's just a really entertaining individual. And he was a hell of a football player, too, but he's just a cool guy to hang out with and chill with for show. Alamo Tiger Drad says the Orange are up on Georgia 21-7. I had no idea. I really thought Georgia was going to win this game, and it doesn't look like that's going to happen. I don't have a favorite in that game because I hate them both. Hornatius asks a great question. Why can teams have wideouts running around free in the secondary? Is it a scheme, lack of taught techniques, or personnel issue? Combination of any of those. Why can't we scheme our guys open? I don't know. I mean, I felt like they had some open. I mean, Eric Singleton was open a bunch today on those underneath routes. And I think that he is also, he's got really good spatial awareness. I think he's like, here we go again, Ryan Davis, who used to just know where to go. I think that Singleton's like that, you know, and I think Cam is a really good one too, but he might be more of a spectacle receiver than he is a thinking man's receiver. I don't know yet. You know what I mean? Like, he goes up over people, catches the ball. Like his touchdown he had today, which required intense concentration. I don't think a lot of guys make that catch. A lot of college guys don't make that catch. But, like, if it's about let's get into a zone at a depth of 13 to 15 yards and find me a soft spot, I don't necessarily know that Cam gets those done. I don't know if they ask him to do that. I don't know if he just doesn't do it because he doesn't have that particular kind of skill. I don't know. But we do know that Eric Singleton has it, and I think they need to get some other guys doing some shit like that too, where you can run like a choice route like Will Hastings used to run and just get to an open spot. I feel like there's a benefit to that. Runner 24 says, Kenny Irons has been mentioned for 2, if not 3 weeks in a row. I know. Well, we all love Kenny Irons and more opportunities. James says, JGT, so Coleman is dumb. Wow, you put a long tail on that kite. No. Understanding how to get into the middle of a soft zone is not a function of intellectual ability. And I will add that Cam Coleman is just not dumb. He's actually incredibly sensible, is what I love about him. He's a very sensible human being, and he is bright. I wasn't trying to say that. I'm just saying it's a skill of being able to get into a soft spot. But I also want to say something. I said this earlier in the day, and you guys may not agree. But I think every game is its own book, you know, and to say, okay, well, they played without the passion that I want to see in the South Alabama game. Therefore, they're going to play without that passion in Oklahoma and get run over. That's just, that's not how it works. I feel like it's a different book. You know, when they go to Oklahoma, they know what they're getting into. The Bears are who we thought they were. They know that's going to be a big-time challenge. They're going to remember the game last year. They're going to know that Oklahoma's got a badass quarterback who's a stud. I think they go in there with a whole different attitude, and I think the straining that we wish we could have seen today, you'll see it. And I think individual guys will step up more because they know it's a big, big game. I just think that's the way it is, and I feel like in my experience with just watching games, that tends to work out that way. But there is something that sticks in my head a little bit. It was something that Kozan said during our halftime call. He didn't say these words, but I did. He's looking for a fit and finish on some of these plays, right? Meaning excellent technique, catch the ball, maximize yards after catch. And he feels like sometimes when he's watching Auburn that they don't, the fit and finish of the execution offensively and defensively isn't quite where it needs to be. He sees penalties that are just silly. He sees like the drop play in the end zone from Preston. Those little things like that really, he feels like, are indicative of a team that isn't ready to excel on a really high level. And this team does that. This team does not have good fit and finish on the plays. It's part of what Hugh was talking about last week, which was he wanted to see more straining. I think that's the same kind of thing where it's like finish the play. Get everything done that was supposed to be done on the play, and then we'll move on to the next one. And I think sometimes it's just not that. It's not that intense for them. Chuck says poorly coached. I mean, I don't know that I would go that far, but I do think you're barking up the right tree. I mean, it is. It's coaching and it's culture a little bit. But it's also a choice. You know, it's also a player's decision at the end of the day whether he's going to finish a play or not. I feel like a stranger jumps in with a super chat. He was making Nick's call the bad plays because he's saving the good plays for next week's 7D inverted black hole chess. I love it right there. James C. Also says it in very plain English here, and I like what he's saying. It's called killer instinct. The best teams have it. Never an issue, never in doubt. I think that's fair. It may be like that. It may be killer instinct is maybe what I'm looking for. Just that willingness to just finish the fucking play and get it done. I feel like Auburn doesn't do that enough. Let's see if I can get Sir Brian Matthews on the horn here. He said he would be good here in a few minutes, so hopefully it's been long enough.
Hey,
what up, B-Matt?
Just cranking out some transcriptions here in the, working on some post-game stuff.
That's good. What are you going to write about?
Yep. I'm going to write a defense that played pretty uninspired. That they were okay, solid, but nothing. So that's my first story.
Are you like a are you like sitting in the press box? Where are you at?
I am now. Yes, just came up from interviews downstairs. It's
because you're cutting in and out a little bit, so it sounds a little bit odd.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep trying.
Okay,
though.
sorry.
No, it's nothing.
Right.
I don't think you're doing anything wrong. At least you're not out of breath.
Oh, I'm good. I rode the elevator up, so all good.
All right. What's the best stuff you heard after the game? What were they talking about down there?
You really, the defense is on some things this week. I don't think he was impressed with that side of the ball. He felt like they lost contain many times. They weren't good on third down. Felt like they got counter. Didn't, give the edge. Feel like also defensively did mention that big play, but which he thought was a big play. So did I. That was a really nice strip sack there, and then the fumble recovery. Who was it? Xavier Atkins. Yeah. So that was a big play by them. They did have another run, got an interception, had a nice fourth down stop there late. So it's not like they didn't show up. They gave up 15 points, which is not the end. Just gave up some really long. Up a lot of the clock there, especially in the second half.
Yeah,
I thought didn't allow them to pull away. I think they had the potential to in this game.
Hey, let me call you right back. I'm going to see if this connection could get better if I just call you back. Okay. All right. I felt like he was cutting out like every 5 seconds or something, like we were just on a bad line or something. I don't know. Let me just call him right back. See if we can get it better. Damn. Now I can't get him.
You can leave a message.
Wow. I lost him. He's stuck in the tunnels. I'll try him again, guys. Sorry about that.
All right, there we go. How's this?
Yeah, hell yeah. How you doing?
I'm good. Yeah. We're good. So,
yeah, defensively straining. What's what we've been talking about in the chat a lot is that it just didn't feel like defensively they were straining, that they were just fucking fighting for every tooth and nail,
I mean, I saw him get a couple times. I mean, come on, dudes. I mean, maybe got some future NFL Hall of Famer on the offensive line. I'm not a scout, but they got pushed around a little bit, I thought. And that quarterback was hard to handle. He's very, very quick. Pretty good ball, very accurate, and I thought Auburn had some coverage busts too in the secondary, which remind me a lot more than it did Ball State for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we go into this Oklahoma game feeling like Auburn's in a tough spot here. I mean, honestly, because I thought the Ball State game was kind of mushy. I thought this game was kind of mushy, and they haven't done the things that I thought they would do if they were going to be a badass team. I mean, if I'm being honest, is that what you're seeing?
Yes, I am. With knowing that sometimes play games like this pretty vanilla, so to speak, and some more in their pocketbook there to bring out for the big. So I'm not completely like Auburn's going to kick, but they're going to have to play a lot better to go on the road in Oklahoma or a team like Texas A&M, in my opinion. Of course, we'll get a better look at A&M later today against Notre Dame. But just talking, that's going to be a real tough one. On the other side of the ball, I'm concerned about the passing game. I'm just not seeing enough plays down the field, not seeing open receivers running into space. It just seems like most of the passes are short passes, and most of the times they're in spots where the receivers the ball and they're getting immediately tackled. That just happens too much. And again, maybe this is because this is the way they're doing things on offense, being consistent. I don't like that at all. I don't understand why you invest money and this much recruiting effort into this wide receiver room and don't drop back there and start lighting it up. I just don't get it.
Yeah.
Where is the passing game? Yeah.
I know. It's like Eric Singleton and not much else, really.
Yeah. And then the other concern I would have offensively is just the running game, getting yards in the second level, making guys miss, breaking tackles. We did not see it against Baylor. We saw it against Ball State, and I thought we didn't really see a lot. Even though they ran the ball pretty good today, we still didn't see a lot of that today against South Alabama.
All right, brother. I appreciate you being on and hanging out, and I know you're going to be cranking out some quality copy, so people need to check you out there at Auburn Sports.
That's the plan, my man.
All right. Appreciate you, B-Matt.
All right. See you, brother.
See you, brother. Bye. Yeah, he was cutting in and out every 5 seconds is what I kind of felt like. I don't know if he's like low battery or like what's going on, because J-Head didn't do that, so I don't know. Got a brand new phone, so I don't think it's a phone. I don't know. He's also stuck in that stadium, There's a lot of concrete around him or whatever. Hornatius says, LOL, 2 weeks in a row with a max head room. I'm glad. That shows your age, though, just that you know who Max Headroom is. I think he was popular for like 2 months in 1986, and that was it. And Kanuman just says, B-Matt is Max Headroom. I like that. Robert B. does say his biggest gripe is year 3 of this offense, and there aren't any consistent downfield passes. I know. I kind of felt like I got pushed back a little bit. Crocodile pushed back on that a little bit, saying that Auburn's deep ball percentage is on par with the SEC. I think he said at 11%, which surprised me. I feel I'm with you, Robert. I don't feel like they put, particularly like the vertical, like the go routes or the deep concepts that are beyond 20 yards. I don't think they try that enough, but he was saying that they do. He just felt like they were short, like in the 10 to 20 range. But today they did push that a little bit. I don't know. I just think that we all agree that they should be getting more out of their passing game, and we just don't see it yet. But it's hard to believe that that's going to flourish against Oklahoma when it doesn't against Ball State and it doesn't against South Alabama. It doesn't make sense to me, but I also have to stick to my guns on my book theory, where it's like each game is its own, book or symphony or whatever, and you start from scratch each time. I don't know. Kanuman says, BMAT, hard to understand on a call. We are so back. Unfortunately, is more telephony issues than it was him just kind of babbling, but he's usually a great caller, very, very passionate typically. Coleman jumps in to say their percentage may be on par with the SEC, but with the wideouts Auburn has and pays, are they not downfield threats? I mean, these are great questions, Coleman. I like where you're headed with that. And it's something that I'm seriously, I usually get one question of you in the press conference on the record, and it's something I'll definitely be considering, because I agree. Of all the positions on this team going into the season, I would have said wideout is their number one position. And at this point, they haven't been particularly notable, which is crazy. Yeah, Robert B., I continue to be with you on this. He says it doesn't look different to me. It just looks like every other year, but Arnold is a better runner and doesn't turn the ball over, which is great. But Hornatius made a good quip when J-Head had his Amber Alert going off on his phone. He said that it was a desperate search for Auburn's identity, and I thought that was pretty funny. Gunnar said, let's get Cole Pinkston's take on this game. I was mentioning this earlier. So when he and Jay Lee are running around trying to find recruits, which they are doing right now, he told me last week, he was like, hey, I just can't do calls when I'm doing that. Cause it's like, it takes every ounce of your effort to keep an eye on who is going where, and you got to get this guy and that guy. So it's just, I can't get them. Now when Auburn's playing on the road, that's a different situation, and we can get Cole on. But when it's a home game and he's chasing recruits, I just can't get it done. Now, Ian Bailey has a good point here. I think they've been playing very bland on purpose, he says. Vanilla Vic will make a Heisman statement next week. I think there is something to be said for that, Ian Bailey 5. I mean, they have Oklahoma's. This is a big game. This is the biggest game, right? And so, oh my goodness, Hornatius, it's the same situation with Jay Lee, and he's the commander over there. So let's see. Hornatius says Freeze's explosive passing plays are in his pocketbook right now, next to his soft peppermints and Werther's originals. Mine says, let's hear from young Caleb. I don't have a problem with that. Let's see what Caleb's up to. Let's see. Caleb's already got his injury story out. So that's good. All right, just texted Caleb. Let's see what he's up to. Hornatius says, call Cold Kublix. Cold. I think he's working today. Gunnar says, I don't think in years past we've had someone like Eric Singleton that could consistently get us those 3rd and long conversions. We would have been punting those in those situations last season. Yeah, Singleton is really good. He really understands positioning and where he is on the field and where he needs to be and all that kind of. Solo Tigre with an interesting question. He says, is Caleb not chasing recruits? At this point, no. He kind of works more with the team. Team coverage guys, works with like Hoke and B-Matt is what he's been working on. He does some recruiting, but I think that Pink and Jay Lee handle it on game days. That's the long story right there. Now, he is going to be going to some high school games here coming up, so he does some of that. But I don't think he's chasing recruits. Chuck says, will we see Alvin Henderson any this year with the running back rooms shorthanded? I don't know if they're really that shorthanded, brother. Omar's 100%. Jeremiah's 100%. I think Damari will be 95% for the Oklahoma game. And you really only need 2. That's 3. And Darrell will be back probably in 3 weeks or something like that. Ergo, I don't think they're as thin as you think they are. And no, long story short, he's playing scout team right now. And you can pull a guy off scout team anytime you need to. That's fine. But I don't see why you would pull a freshman off scout team and have any expectations for him to be really good. Agonzis says it as bluntly as I think you could say it. I don't think the coaches are comfortable with Alvin. I think you're right. They just don't look at him as a guy that can help them right now. He does have a lot of wiggle, though. He is very quick left and right. So he has that, and I don't know that anybody else on the team has that particular skill, but he's got a lot of other things. If you see him in blitz pickup, it's not good. It's not good. And that's something that's really important to coaches, you know. They don't want to put a tailback out there that can't help you or at least hold his own in blitz pickup. Damari certainly can. Jeremiah's gotten so much better in that way, and Darrell is just a kind of a mean-spirited player anyway, so he's pretty good at it, but Alvin just gets run over. And I think part of it is because he played at a small school where he just carried the football all the time, and he didn't have to do a lot of blitz pickup, and I think it's just a technique thing that's just he's going to need some time on that. Yeah, Gunnar says, we don't need to see Alvin this year. Let him marinate. I agree. The problem is that kids don't like to marinate anymore, right? So I don't know how he's going to feel about this once he has to make a decision about what to do next year when we get to December. James says, is it fair to say Alvin is a guy instead of that guy? In recruiting, I thought he was going to be talked about as that guy. No, he's not playing below expectations for me. I never thought that he was going to be a part of what they were doing this year because they have so many good players, experienced players ahead of him. And I did think Durrell was going to be a bigger deal than he is now. So I kind of missed on that one a little bit. It's clearly going to be Jeremiah. And I've always liked Jeremiah, but it doesn't look great for Alvin right now. Ephesians asks, is Alvin the Walker White of this year? Fans going to be asking for a guy that's on scout team. Yeah, that's probably that's a fair comparison there. Yeah. 9-time champion says Baylor's good because they beat SMU. Missouri State's beating SMU right now. Sayer of Things also says, why would we put stuff on tape for Oklahoma when we haven't needed to? That's fair. I think that's part of it. 9-time champion. I absolutely love that avatar. That's amazing. Auburn Media Machine. I like that. I don't know what it's a reference to, but I like it. Caleb didn't answer me, so he may be doing something. Yeah, he may be doing something. Well, shoot, guys. I mean, are we at the end of the party here? I don't know. It was just kind of a boring game, and now we got Oklahoma week coming up, and it's, pretty fall Saturday. Weather's pretty good where I'm at. I don't know how it looks at where you guys are at, but whatever. Let's see. Ian Bailey says, I think people forget how big of a get Cobb was at the time, partly because of how committed he was, but he's definitely a get. He is 100% a player. And I've been calling for him in the last two Stock Risers pieces that I posted on Sunday mornings that I thought he was up and coming. So, in fact, in the last one, I said he's the guy. Let's see. 9-time champion says Kevin Skarbinski and Doug Amos, the Alabama Media Machine. Did not know they were officially designated as that. Two guys with a whole lot of experience, though. That's for damn sure. I am Bailey 5 says, don't stop now. Just getting fired up. We can always talk about bourbon. LOL. I like that. Well, you can always talk about bourbon. JG. You're right, though. Not salty. That's my guy right there. I don't know what to say, man. I think we've said it all. Could be the shortest show in Brain Drain history, but I think we'll probably cut it off there, honestly. So my advice would be the same as the Utah governors. Get offline, go outside, and talk to humans. I thought that was great advice that he offered up on Thursday. And it's something that I plan to do now myself. Kanuman just says, we'll leave it there. Kanuman just says Cobb is a stud, and I think that's what we take away from today's game. That's the number one takeaway, is that Jeremiah Cobb is him, and I think he will be their number one back. They love Damari, and I understand why they love Damari. He's very popular, and he's put in his time, and he's good at everything, but I think Jeremiah just gives you something else, Agonza's not true at all. It says JG got somewhere to be. I do not. Let the boozing begin. I've been drinking for like the last hour, though, but I don't have anywhere to go. That's the truth. We don't have anything on the schedule for tonight, and my Raiders don't play tomorrow. They're playing on the late Monday game. That's great. 9-time champion asks, rank the difficulty of the next 3 games. Great question. Oklahoma, Texas A&M, and Georgia at home. That's a great question, man. I would say at Oklahoma is the toughest, then Georgia at home, and then at Texas A&M. But I think they're all on a scale of 1 to 10, at least 8s, as far as how difficult it is. Yeah, that's how I see it. Ornacia says hot women would really help the algorithm. I have not gone to that page in so long, but you know what? Because of you, I'm going to go and take a look at it here. Gals We Adore. There it is. Gals We Adore. Boy, I feel like we're showing up some. By the way, this girl in the middle, Candace Beret, she's going to be in Montgomery. She's like the featured speaker at Faulkner in a few, whenever it is. Maybe, I don't know, sometime in the fall. I'm not going. It's football season, Whale Driver says we need to get one of 3. All right, which one of these 3 are you going to get? Because I don't think there's a loser here. But Jill Arrington is that's my correct answer for any of these predicaments. Although not pictured, Lisa Booth also would be a winner, 100%, if available. I don't know how to find her on here. I have her picture. I mean, we did this during COVID, so I've got literally like 400 girls in these. I couldn't find her now if I had to. But anyway, that one's for you, Hornatius, my man. Let's see. Ian Bailey says Georgia looks gettable if I'm right about the passing game. If you're right about the passing game, you might have more trust in it than I do. Whale Driver says the one on the right is the best. Let me go back. I think that's Jenny Dell. Yeah, she's gorgeous. 100%. I mean, there's no losers here. I mean, we've got literally hundreds of girls in this set. Let me see who we got here. I don't know her right off. Sometimes I just get suggestions and look people up. I don't think I know her right off. Definitely don't know her right off. Same girl from before. Oh, I know her. Yeah, she's a cutie. Uh-oh. See, this is what happens. I got too many in the queue here. And I can't. It's too hard to mess with this stuff. Wish I had a Lisa Booth picture, though. Goodness gracious, she's a hottie. Hornatius says, that Gretzky lady, please. I know who you're talking about. I know exactly who you're talking about. I'm not sure I could find her, though. Seriously, there's too many girls on here. I'd like to spend all day doing this. We'll work on it next time, bro. That was a great suggestion, though. I'm glad I had a chance to do it. Kanuman seemed pretty satisfied with that. Runner24 said, of those, Jenny Dill, how do people not love Jill Arrington? She's so hot, dude. I am Bailey 5 says, where is Kim Mulkey? What the fuck are you talking about? I do like Kim Mulkey, but not on that level. Come on now. Solo Tigre says, hold on, I have a chance to do this right now.
Why does bringing up the chicks who could get it page cause that vocal effect?
Well, I don't know the answer to that. I don't know the answer to that.
I don't know the answer.
I got a chance to do that. D Lucky says, I can chat if you want to, JG. Well, hell yeah. Yeah, we'll do a little. Oh, and Caleb just texted me. All right, we got to get Caleb on here. He was requested, and we're going to talk to him because we love him.
Yep.
What up, Caleb?
What is up?
Where you at?
The press box, where I typically do take the rain call.
Oh, you're in the press box?
Yeah.
Oh, the BMAT's phone was messing up earlier in the press box, and I think yours is doing the same thing now.
Oh man, hold on.
No, I think it's anything you're doing. It's just, I guess that little tower that you guys are working off of is messed up or something. I don't know.
Little Lego block in the sky.
I know. I'm surprised because Jay Jacobs' beautiful press box. You think it would be perfect? Did you hear anything
You would
fun?
think so, man.
Did you hear anything fun after the game? Like anybody say anything interesting? Yeah, from Auburn.
I was talking to players. Explanation from Cam as to why he wore 2 watches.
Oh yeah, what was that?
He said I was waiting, and then I looked down on my left wrist and on it, so I threw one on that wrist.
He just didn't count them correctly.
No, I think he just wanted. Well, he wore last week. Say he wore one on either. He had one on each. Because I think when he played against Baylor, I think 2 on one wrist.
Ah, gotcha. Okay.
But did they wear him today?
Unfortunately, you're breaking up too much, and I don't think I can continue the call, Caleb. I'm sorry, bro. I love you on the. I love you on the. You were requested. Everybody wanted to hear from you.
I can talk in a little bit if you're still. Shoot your text.
Okay. See you, bro.
Bye.
Bye. All right. So I think it's that they're there. I think they're stuck in that thing. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to call D Lucky. Here, this is going to be the true test. D Lucky is definitely not in the press box. So if D Lucky's phone is screwed up, then it ain't really D Lucky's phone, is it? All right. So let me see. We're going to call D Lucky now. I hope he doesn't break up. D Lucky, you there, bro? Hey, man.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you there, bro?
What's good?
You being on the line is real good.
Just in the car heading north.
Where are you? Are you in Auburn?
I am. Well, I might be in Opelika, but
Oh, okay, I got you. I think my phone's cutting out again, bro. It's not your fault at all. It's all on me, I guess.
that ain't good.
No, let me call you back in just a second, all right?
All right.
I'm going to restart this freaking this app or whatever. I don't know, man. I'm just getting down about this, dude. I don't know why Skype had to quit. It really pisses me off. I don't understand why Skype had to quit. Everything worked when we had Skype. And then we have to switch and do this. And, you know, I feel like I feel like I'm trying the best way possible to get this solved. And then it's always something. Although the problem with Jay had earlier was 100% on me, but this other stuff's not on that. Gonza says, JG, your tech needs a drink. Hold on. There you go. Come here, buddy. I'll give you a little something here. It's always something, guys. I sure do miss Skype. I'll put it that way. All right, we continue to be locked in on the Roadcaster. Let's see if you can hear music. That's the first step that I know it's working. Let's see if we can hear Depeche Mode is what you should hear here. Yes, that works. Okay, that's good. And voicemail. Let's see if we can hear D Lucky on this one. Nope, can't hear him. Good golly, y'all. This is embarrassing. Let me see if my phone rings. Yeah, we'll give it a shot. We're going to call D Lucky back.
Hello.
What up, D Lucky? It's JG again.
What's good, brother?
Oh, nothing. I think it sounds better now, yeah.
Okay, good.
All right, what do you think? This is a big game for you. South Alabama grad, lifelong Auburn fan. This is a clash of the Titans for you.
It was weird for sure. Those two logos always, when you see them, you feel like somebody friendly is around you. So it was very odd to be on campus and you look one direction and you see an Auburn logo and look the other and see a South Alabama logo. So it was odd, but it was it was a good experience.
What do you?
I'm glad I came down and made it.
What do you take away from this one, Big Daddy? What's your main takeaway?
Not a ton. I mean, we got out of the game. I haven't heard of any major injuries. I know we got a couple of bumps and bruises, but nothing major so far.
Yeah.
We won. I didn't think that we would cover. And I didn't expect to show a lot. I know some folks in the chat were mentioning that they wanted to see, I guess, our entire playbook for Oklahoma this week. So we did what I expected. It was pretty vanilla and got out of there with a win. And you could just kind of tell the overall atmosphere of the crowd and the team was, one, it was hot. So you could just kind of tell everybody just wanted to go ahead and get the game over with and get a win and get out of there.
Yeah. It was that kind of day,
So, yeah, it was. It wasn't very different than what I expected. There were just a couple of plays that, folks were asking about Jackson and whether he's reading the field, kind of saying stuff. There were a couple of plays that it looked like if he'd have stayed with it, he had a couple of bigger passes down. There was one in the third quarter for sure. He had Singleton kind of coming from a crossing route from the student section side to the to the home side of the field. If he just stayed with it a little longer, Singleton and had his man beat. He ended up completing the pass, and we got a first down on it and kept the chains moving. But there was definitely, some bigger plays out there. I haven't got to the point yet where I feel like it's hurt us. Maybe that comes, but so far he's protected the ball. I mean, am I wrong? He doesn't have an interception yet?
He does not.
Season? I mean, that is a huge improvement over where we were this time last year. Because what do we have, like 7 or 8 by game 3?
Yeah, Peyton was turnover. Well, they were all turnover prone. You don't see it this year as much. Yeah. Auburn's got a plus turnover margin right now.
Yeah, and I think, did we ever get in the plus side last year? I think we were negative the whole year.
Bro, I don't think they've been in the plus side for like maybe 3 or 4 years. Like, actually.
Yeah. So, I mean, again, I get that we would love for the ceiling of this offense to be higher and have more explosive plays and for it to look prettier. But if we can just do the things that we didn't do great last year a little bit better, that's going to, in theory, flip 2 or 3 games, and then we just got to, get a little luck on our side. I mean, kick some field goals and not turn the ball over. That should get us to an easy 8 wins. Then, like I said, you mix in a little Jordan Hare magic here and there, maybe get to 9 or 10.
That'd be sweet.
It would be. I think the difference next week will be, and again, it might pay off for Oklahoma. I think that Mateer puts the ball at risk a lot more, and he's high risk, high reward. And I think, Jackson right now is a little bit more conservative, but he's also, I don't think, going to throw us out of a game. So I'll take a close game at, in Norman and have a chance at the end to pull off an upset versus having 2 pick sixes to open up. We don't have a snowball's chance in hell of coming back.
Yes. Well said. Well said. I mean, give me a letter grade for the team so far. I mean, through 3 games, are they ahead of where you thought they would be? Are they behind? Are they on par? Where are they at for you?
I'd say it's a B. I mean, I think there's some things that are a little bit better than I was expecting. I don't think, again, I haven't seen like right home to mom stuff from everybody, but there's lots of stuff that I've seen that is better than I expected. Like I said, I didn't expect Jackson to run the ball as well as he did against Baylor. So, and we haven't seen that. We haven't seen that in the last 2 games for real. So I think there's stuff that's going to come off of that. I think there's still a lot of stuff off of the base plays and the trends that we've already established that we'll start to see some of next week against Oklahoma. And then I like that the defense hasn't played excellent, but we have played a lot of people, and I think that's going to pay off for us as well. DuBois played well today. Woodyard played better, I think, than any other game that I recall. I heard his name a lot. Jared Smith flashed a couple times, and have a true freshman show up like that. I think it's going to pay dividends for us later on in the season. Yeah,
for sure. That's going to be clutch. Totally clutch. D-Lucky, I think you said it all, brother. I appreciate you volunteering to jump on with us. We always love your reasoned and rational takes.
Absolutely, man. We can't have a drain end after like 7 minutes. I mean, that's un-American.
I know.
We can't do that.
I know. We need to go a little bit longer. And I'm glad you helped us extend, sir. Thank you.
We do what we can. Everybody do their part. Hit the like button.
We'll see you, bro.
All right. Y'all take care.
Bye.
Peace.
He said to be sure and smash that like button. I'm just telling you what D-Lucky said, so I think you should probably do that. Also, before we go, what's up, Mobile alum? Good to see you here. Before we go, we're going to get Caleb back on this line. We're going to have a Caleb reclamation tour because I falsely blamed him. Well, I blamed a cell tower in Auburn on his problems, and it was actually Jay. It was actually me. I don't know why. That doesn't sound right. There we go.
Hello.
What up, Caleb?
What up? Can you hear me now?
Yep. The problem was on my end.
There we go.
All right, so tell the story again about the watches for Cam, because I couldn't hear it and it wasn't your fault, but I still couldn't hear it. Tell me again.
Yeah, so if you recall, he wore 2 watches on the same wrist at Baylor.
Yeah.
And then last week against Ball State, he had a watch on either wrist, so 1 watch on each wrist. Well, we were asking, we asked him after the game, we were like, what's the deal with that? Like, what's going on with that? And he said that last week, he said he was wearing a watch on one wrist, looked down at his other wrist, and there was nothing on it, so he just threw another one on.
Okay.
And he said he tried to wear one this week against South Alabama, and the officials wouldn't let him.
Damn.
So this is a developing story, JG.
Yeah,
the officials would not let. This is huge.
This
Cam
is an
Coleman
important story.
can't wear a watch. I know.
That's freedom of speech, dude. I mean, come on now.
I guess I don't know. I guess it's. I mean, there are certain rules of what you can and can't wear, even in high school games. So.
Yeah, but Reggie Roby was punting for the Dolphins in the mid '80s, and he wore a watch. I mean, what's the big deal?
Maybe I guess I don't know, but.
All right, what's your big takeaway?
I'm not the fashion police.
That's to say the least. What's your takeaway from this one today, bud?
My takeaway is that the defense has got to step up their game if they want to contest an SEC play. I think the offense and defense looked rather sluggish at times. I don't know if this was a game where, Hugh was trying to get some guys in that maybe haven't played a ton, trying to get them experience to lean on that depth, and maybe some of that showed. But at the same time, man, this was like Auburn controlled the game, yeah, but they did not dominate the game by any means.
Yeah. And I thought they would.
I feel like, I feel like if you're playing now, South Alabama's a good little group of 5 team, But at the same time, if you really want to be serious about competing for a spot in the college football playoff, competing for a spot at the top of the hardest division, the hardest conference in college football, you got to step on South Alabama. You got to squash them. You cannot give them any outs. Auburn was a couple plays away from not necessarily being in serious danger of losing the game,
right?
But it damn near got to one. It could have been a 1-possession game in late in the fourth quarter had Jared Smith not forced a fumble. Which
yes, Caleb Jones
played a great game.
Caleb Jones, All-American Jared Smith. I know you're a huge fan of him.
Yeah, we kind of knew what kind of player Auburn was getting out of him a long time ago.
Yeah,
he's a disruptive guy, and you showed it today. And he showed it today. Forcing a fumble and a critical part of the game. And Auburn played a lot of freshmen, played a lot of young guys in a somewhat critical part of the game. Hugh kind of talked about it afterwards. He said, "Hey, the game was not necessarily decided." I mean, when he was throwing a bunch of young guys in there, at one point I looked up and you had, I would say, probably 6 or 7 true freshmen on the field at the same time.
Yeah, New Boy was playing. Eric was playing.
Elijah Melendez was playing. Blake Woodley was in the nickel.
Oh, they played Bobble? Bobble was playing
reps.
nickel.
I think that's what Hughes said. Threw him in the nickel or the star or something.
I knew they made a change there because Sly was getting hurt. I mean, he was getting beat up. I mean, he's getting killed in pass. And they switched to Kensley.
That's a lot of those guys, though. I mean, South Alabama just they moved the ball pretty good.
Yeah, they did.
They caused issues for the defense,
and that's concerning to me because Oklahoma's going to be a real pain in the ass.
There were 2. I mean, if you think back, Auburn scored I think they scored a touchdown in the following drive after Keyron got that interception, right? And then South Alabama was well on its way to scoring a touchdown before they fumbled. So those are 2 turnovers that were very important for Auburn's success. Because if South Alabama, let's say hypothetically drives down the field instead of Keyron picking it off and intercepting that pass, South Alabama drives down the field, scores to get a little bit of life. South Alabama scores before, if they don't fumble there, I mean, could have been a completely different ball game. This just a win is a win. I think you take it. I think you're happy. You celebrate it. But you got to realize before you go on the road at Oklahoma, at Texas A&M, you have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, tons. And these are going to be big games coming up, bro. This is big boy games here.
These are big boy games, and these are hostile environments that are going to jump on any mistake that you make and make it way harder for you to recover.
Word.
Now, at the same time, you can also look at this game and say the 11:45 kickoff. They can't even put the kickoff on the hour, and so it's hard to get up for that.
Yeah, this is true. I mean, at a 45, like if it's 11:30 or 12, it's fine. But like 11:45,
it's fine. But you got to do it at 11:45. Come on now. What are we switching classes in middle school? What's going on?
That's disrespectful. All right, Caleb.
No, but yeah,
appreciate.
I got a lot to clean up. We'll talk about it more next week.
All right, I will see you. I guess Monday then, right?
Right.
All
right.
Appreciate
Have
you,
fun.
brother. See you, man.
See you.
There he is, Caleb J. A lot of people know him as Caleb. You may know him as Caleb. He was requested, and he came through, as he often does, because he's a badass. Hoka apparently just put a story up about the kicking game, about McPherson and Gibbs splitting time. That should be an interesting read, which I will get to when we get off the air here. Hornation says, do y'all keep getting ad pop-ups in the chat every 5 minutes or so? Do you just make shit up, dude? I think you make stuff up. You're the one who says that there's like sound problems when there's no sound problems. All kinds of weird stuff. I don't know what the deal is with you. So it really was my phone. I have this brand new... Who could that be? Hey, what up, Chip Chip? Oh, I forgot I got to push this button right here. Hey, man, what up?
Oh. Well, hey there.
Hey. What'd you think about... Whoa, bro. Yeah, that was my fault. I got to remember whenever someone calls in, I have to push the button to send it over to the thingy. Sorry about that, bro.
Hey, well, I have to say, I'm really disappointed. If we hold Auburn to 3 points in the second half, we should come out with the W on that one. Our defense played off its feet. Getting Auburn off the field. The offense kept their defense on the field. We just failed. And wait a minute, I'm not on the South Alabama post-game jag-off, am I?
Joe, we're not jagging off today.
Oh, okay. Okay, my bad. This is brain drain. I didn't know that. My bad. I dialed the wrong number earlier. But appreciate you calling me back.
Him. Yeah, I don't know what happened.
Yeah,
hey, man, we're all just kind of talking that they just kind of played okay. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I forgot my earbuds, so I couldn't listen to like the second half of the drain and everything. But I heard a little bit of J-Head's call while we were waiting on the bus, and I listened to a little bit into the car on the way back to the RV site and everything. So, yeah, I like what J-Head had to say. You played this game 2 years ago. I watched it live in person against New Mexico State, and you saw what happened. The talent gap was not there. That would have happened again today. But talent gap's not there. Hugh's done his job. He's got dudes. I think we can all agree on that. He's got some dudes now. He's got to get these W's. He's got part of the equation down, and hey, it's headed in the right direction. But he's got to use some of these dudes, like Cam Coleman. Hey, you throw it downfield one time to him, what happened?
Touchdown. Yep.
Yeah, and then why try that again? Don't go back to the well too often.
Well, the only two explosive plays in the pass game were both to Cam. How about that?
Yeah, for real. So, and Singleton's holding his own on those little short ones. I don't have a problem with the way they're using him. That's exactly what I envisioned for him. So, I think he's doing good. Hey, I thought Bryce Kane stepped up and played a good game today.
Yeah.
With I guess Simmons was out. I didn't hear any of the pregame stuff. I guess he was just held out. Got dinged up or something last game.
Shoulder,
I saw him down on the sidelines, and he just had his helmet in his hand. I didn't see him looking like he was going in. So, I just kind of figured that's what was going on. But, yeah, I mean, hey, Arnold's playing within himself. Let's just say that. Nothing nothing spectacular. He did what he had to do. He got the first downs when he needed to. I have no real complaints there, other than, is he being allowed to throw it downfield, or are they calling plays to where it's more conservative to just, not have him make a mistake? Because the downfield game's got to be there against Oklahoma and A&M. You're going to have to throw it over 30 yards 3 or 4 times and hopefully hit 2 of them. That feel about right?
Yeah.
Yeah. To get Cam and maybe I don't know what to think of Perry at this point.
I know.
It's like
Horatio's pretty good, though. I like Horatio.
Yeah, he's pretty good. With Perry, it's like Arnold targets him, and it's like, oh, I'm going to throw it in the dirt this time. Oh, I'm going to throw it 5 yards behind you this time. I'm not going to give you even a chance to get close to it. That's just what it seems like whenever he targets Perry. I don't know if it's Perry running the wrong route. He's not where Arnold thinks he should be, or I don't know what's going on, but it seems like he just doesn't even have a chance to make a reception on some of those balls.
He had one today that was right near the 2-yard line, and I thought it could have been a touchdown, and it was just thrown at his feet,
Yeah, yeah. But hey, on one of those, he turned it around. I think it was a bad pass to him or way off. And then he turns around the next play, and he's the one that throws the block for Singleton to get a 13-some-odd yard gain on an end around. So he got out there and blocked and made his play. He's contributing out there. He's doing what he can do. But I don't know. We'll see what shakes out with him in the future. But
yeah,
hey, I really don't have a lot of complaints, but we're going to need a lot more, like everybody said, to come out of Oklahoma and A&M with a 1-1 record. We're going to need a lot more defense. Dude, the defense has to get off the field. Has anybody let DJ Durkin know that they play 3rd and 4th down too?
I know. They got beat on 3rd and 4th down today, a bunch.
I mean, you got a lot of friends that get to see him on a semi-daily basis. Could anybody just like raise their hand and say, hey, you realize we just want to confirm that you realize that we play 3rd and 4th down too.
Yeah.
1st and 2nd down look damn good most of the time. But, 3rd and 4th, send in a play on those. Don't just throw the guys out there and say, hey, the other team's just going to flub it. Because, hey, that's how it seems that we get off the field on 3rd and long and 4th and long, is they just make a bad pass like the little dude did at the end of the game there. He just threw it in the ground.
7 of 16 really on 3rd down and 3 of 4 on 4th today.
Yeah. And some of those were short, 1, 3 something yards, but a couple of them were pretty sizable, and they got some, and they burned the shit out of Kalen Lee a few times. I don't know what he's doing out there, but I thought he was going to be our ace, one of our aces, but he hasn't shown up that much lately. But then again, he'll turn around and flash like the Oklahoma game. He'll probably have like 2 interceptions or something. It's
up and down. Every game's its own book.
Yep, sure enough. All right. Well, hey, I'm happy my Jaguars did all right too, but happier my Auburn Tigers beat that ass.
All right, so, Chip. Thanks for calling Jag-Off.
Yeah, the post-game Jag-Off.
Jag-Off hour.
All right, man.
See you, man.
Y'all be good. War Eagle.
Bye. There he is. Chip called in. It's a little slow on the uptake because I have to physically touch a button on here to make it go to the mixer, but that's I'll get in the rhythm of it. Let's see. Solo says, I can't imagine the improvement we'd see from our DJ if DJ would merely put an Auburn hat on and not that damn swoosh. That's the trick, right? Yeah, that is the trick, I think. I don't love that hat that he wears. I'm with you guys. It just has this basic swoosh, like something. Let's see. 9-time champion says Texas is, leading UTEP, but not exactly thrilling the world with it. Interesting. I'm starting to think that maybe this Arch Manning thing is he ain't the man. I mean, he's going to be the starter, but he's not necessarily the game changer that everybody thought he was going to be. Interesting situation there. Well, listen, we got some bonus draining out of that. Got D Lucky on the horn. Got Caleb for a short bit. And then we got Chip calling in, which we always love having him on the show. So that was good stuff for show. Kanuman gives it a good call, Chip. He likes that. He's always supportive. Kanuman's good, positive people is what I say about him. All right, I think I actually will wrap it up there. I already killed our numbers when I said I was leaving like 30 minutes ago, but we're really going to do it this time. Anyway, we got the game next week, 2:30 on ABC, so we'll be over here. Probably start a little earlier than I did today, probably around the 2 or 210 or something like that. I don't know. But we will see you guys, and we'll be buckling up because that's going to be a big one, obviously. These two back-to-back are going to really tell the tale, I think, for the whole season, honestly. You still got Georgia, but that second half of the schedule, man, you should be able to do some damage there, but you've got to be able to prove in this little road warrior situation that you can do it, that you've got what it takes. As Hornatius and Not Salty share emojis in the chat. Guys, appreciate you all. Thanks for being here, and we'll see you next weekend. Check us out at Auburn Sports. That's where it's at. We've already got a bunch of stuff up from the game. Justin's writing, Caleb's writing, B-Matt's writing, and of course you're going to get great coverage of recruiting from Cole and Jay Lee. Check us out at Auburn Sports. Till next time, keep your feet on the ground. Keep reaching for the stars. Love you guys. Peace.